Hey! Hi everyone! Welcome back. It's me, the parasite in your brain. The little festering bug that lives in your head that makes you keep wondering if you're hearing someone say your name. If you keep thinking that you're watching something and you keep having to pause it because you're not sure if you heard, because it sounds like someone's talking back in the background and you're not sure if that's on the video or if you actually heard, so you pause and then you just wait in silence for a moment and then you're like, oh no, it must have been something else, and then you keep watching and then you hear it again and it sounds like someone said your name. Is someone talking to me? What the fuck is that? That's me, that is. That's me. I make that happen. I'm doing that. Communicating with you via your brain. Because that's what I do. Because I'm in your brains. Just call me Ewan the Parasite. That's what I am. But I provide. Because all of that, when you're in the street, just walking around, you're listening to your music in your headphones or whatever, and then suddenly you think, oh shit, did I just hear someone? Did someone just call my name? And you take off one headphone, whatever, and you sort of look around like, no, I couldn't have. Oh, I don't know what the fuck that was. That was me! That's me! Is someone talking about you behind your back? You swear you heard something, but you're not sure because there's no one around, so it couldn't have been, but you're certain you heard something. It's me! Well, that's free content. That's what that is. That's what I'm providing for you. Free content. In your brain. Directly into your fucking bonce. Because I'm just that fucking kind and generous and shit. That's what I do. I provide for you. As the See, I'm a parasite. I leech off of your neural systems. Brain-blood barrier, that's a thing, I think. Those are words I can use that sound relevant to the nonsense I'm talking about at the moment. But I give back also in the form of, sometimes you're not sure if you heard a voice or not. Maybe, are you hearing things? Is it early onset dementia? Or are you just in tune with a different plane, a different level of existence? Or is it just the parasite in your brain? It's me, the parasite in your brain. Oh, I'll see if I can keep this going for the entirety of the time that I'm, at the very least, doing the It won't be the whole episode, because this is going to be a super long extendo Go Gadget extra large episode. I could at least attempt to keep one single bit going for the whole time, but I don't think I've quite got that in me. That's the sound of a quitter. That's what that is. Go on, you, and be a parasite for hours on end. Go on. You are already that. I'm a parasite. Day in, day out. That's all I do. I paras off of people because I'm a parasite, hoping to evolve into a parasect sometime. There's a little Pokemon joke. I think there's a Pokemon called Parasect. If not, then that's not a Pokemon joke, and it was never meant to be. And any mention of or vague seeming relation to Pokemon through that joke was completely coincidental and not the belief of the person creating the content or anybody in the commentaries or the production studio behind the thing or any of our subsidiaries or whatever I don't even know what I'm talking about now. Hi, it's the parasite in your fucking stupid head, you cunt. Hey, welcome to the show. I'm inside your brain. Sometimes I say to do bad things, and I'll make you go insane. Burn your house, kill your mother, drown your brother's cat. Push your grandpa down the stairs and shit in your dad's hat. Do. Quality content for free to you from me because I love you. I may be a parasite, but that doesn't mean I can't love. I'm full of love. I'm bursting at the seams with love for you. Which is why I'm doing this whole fucking thing for you, because I love you so much and I just want you to be happy. I want you to like me. I want you to be content. I make content so that you can be content. That's a good play on words, that is. Well, it's not that good, but it's a play on words, kind of. Just a bit, it's sort of. Here's a good one. Do you know the Green Mile? Have you heard of the film The Green Mile? Tom Hanks. Is it Ving Rhames or is that a different guy? I get him and the other one confused. Not the other black guy. I know there's. I'm not saying all black. There's a particular. There's two big black guys. One of them is Ving Rhames and one of them is the other guy whose name I can't remember. And one of them is in is the one in Pulp Fiction and the one in Green Mile. They're not the same guy, are they? I don't know what I'm talking about now. No, I just sound racist. Have you seen The Green Mile? This is all going on. I'm just doing a bit and then there's a joke at the end of it. That's all this. I'm just trying. Have you seen The Green Mile? You know, The Green Mile. It's called The Green Mile. How about this, though? What if instead of The Green Mile, it was this? The Green MILF. Oh, we'd all like that, wouldn't we, eh? Oh, that would be great. Imagine that. Imagine the Green MILF. The porn parody of The Green Mile. But The Green MILF. I googled it to see if that was a thing already, because it could have been. I don't know, but it's not. If you Google image search the Green MILF, you just get a bunch of pictures. Some of them are like over 40-year-old women wearing green lingerie, where it's obviously taken the word MILF and the word green and just sort of gone. There you go, green MILF in green. Which goes to show there's a hole in the market for a porn parody of The Green Mile called The Green MILF, where maybe it's on death row, but instead of Tom Hanks, it's an over 40-year-old woman. She's really hot and she wears like a shirt that shows her cleavage, and then she bangs all of the inmates. And she's like, "What do you want for your last meal, sugar?" And they're like, "How about you, bitch?" And then they fuck. And then and then the inmate gets sent to the chair and electrocuted until they are dead. Because they're on death row. I mean, that's the thing of it all, isn't it? And you could have the wacky one, the Sam Rockwell character version, and he's like, woo, and he's pissing and shitting everywhere, and they don't know what to do with him. He's pissing and shitting all over the Green MILF, and no one's happy about it. So they put him in a straitjacket, they put him in the padded room, they empty the padded room out because it's full of all junk in the padded cell. And when they're carrying it out, it's all like leather chairs with like cuffs attached, and it's all boxes of dildos and like, you know, sex stuff, sex swings and shit like that. Like that wedge thing that like you put a person to bend over so you can give them back shots easier. The wedge, all that out of the padded cell, and then they put the crazy guy in there, and then it's got a window in it, and so he's looking out of the window at all the other inmates having sex with the green MILF while he's in there, and now he's like, oh shit, if I'm better behaved, I can have what they're having. But then he gets shot by the little guy after the big black guy puts the badness in him, and then in the guy who works on the in the death row, and then he shoots. So the crazy guy never gets to experience the love of the MILF because he gets shot, doesn't he? And then it's a very intricate plot to this porn parody of the Green Mile. I have to. This is a list of shit that you're not supposed to see. I'm ruining everything. I'm ruining my own. No, my computer's shit. It's not too. Nothing's good. Hello, hi. It's okay. We've got time to kill today. Don't even worry about it. Don't even fucking worry about it. Green Mile. Oh, it's not. Google's not googling. I'm painting this today. I'm doing this today. I'm painting this one. This Slain cover by Simon the Biz Lee. What I've done though is I've got it photocopied, colour photocopy of this, so I don't have to have the whole book up because that would just be awkward because it's a big heavy book. So I got this photocopy. It's also because it's a spread, so I got the other bit photocopied as well. So the plan is to paint. So I redrew it, and then I'm going to paint it and hopefully finish the painting by the end of this. We'll see how far we get if I don't spend half the time talking about hilarious porn parodies featuring the parasite in your brain. It's me. I'm the star. I was the MILF the whole time. I was in a costume. I was in prosthetics. I have friends, legitimately, I have friends who work doing special effects makeup and stuff. I'm sure I could get them to, like, I'd have to pay a lot of money, so I probably couldn't get them. But theoretically, I could get them to, like, make me a MILF suit. And I was the green MILF the whole time. And that's the reveal right at the end. Once they're all dead and there's no one else on the mile. Oh no, just before the last guy gets put to death, as the guy's about to pull the lever, and I'm stood in front of the guy in the chair, and I pull off my mask and I pull off my big fake tits, and I say, "Hey, it was me the whole time!" Woo! And he's just like, "Oh no, my whole world's crumbling down around me. Also, I'm being put to death right now. Shit." It's not that funny, but you know, shut up. I'm trying here, okay? It's late. This whole recording process has been delayed for various reasons. Michael Clark Duncan. That's the other one. Then who's Ving Rhames? Is Ving Rhames the one in... the one in Pulp Fiction? Yeah, Ving Rhames. Okay, so they're two guys who are known for being big. It wasn't about them being black. I'm not racist. Michael Clark Duncan was just, I couldn't remember the name because it's three names. And it's three first person's names. It's three first names. Michael Clark Duncan. Why would just have one name? Ving is a memorable name because that's an odd name for a person to have. Ving Rhames. So obviously I remember that one, but I got the actors mixed up a little bit. That's all it was. So I'm going to aim to paint this, but I figured I'd get this side photocopied as well, because probably not during the podcast, but maybe at a later date, if I feel up to it, I could paint the other half as well, and then have a nice big, huge, throbbing, meaty, veiny, pulsating queen slug for a butt. See, it started as a penis joke, but ended in an Earthworm Jim character reference. There's layers to my comedy that you won't understand because you're not a brain parasite. See, that's the benefit of being a brain parasite, is I'm linked to so many people's brains. It's like a big network. I'm like Professor Xavier. I've got the helmet which links me to all the brains in the world, but I'm a parasite. I also can't walk, so me and Professor Xavier do have that in common, because I'm a parasite. I'm a parasitical worm, like that you might see in a cat's anus or your mother's eye. But I'm in your brain, and I'm going, and you're like, oh, shit, did someone just say my name? Was that did someone say my name? I swear someone just said my name. There's no one in here apart from you and me, the parasite. I'm in here with you always. I am with you always because I love you. I love you so much. And so today I'm going to start a new palette today. I don't have my usual palette. Where the fuck oh, it's right here. See, normally this is my palette, but someone asked, I think it was a comment or a message recently, asking if like bits of the paint don't get into the paintings. But like, no, it's acrylic, so it just becomes one big plastic blob effectively, and parts don't really come off because it's all plastic. There's plenty in me, the microplastics, of course. It's all, I'm sure, acrylic paint isn't going to be as toxic as like oil paints because they're like chemicals and shit. But microplastics are a thing. I love microplastics. Me and the Parasite Club, we all love microplastics because we're all one and the same. We're in your brain, in your lungs, in your feces, crawling up your urethra, into your bowels and shit, enjoying the slush inside of... I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. It's disgusting. Should we squeeze out some paint from some tubes of fucking paint? Yeah, let's do that shit. Let's get some fucking paint and shit. I need to... Right, so... like I said, I don't want to have the book up here, but I need to put this somewhere where I can sort of like easily reference it. And then, you know, I can like bring it down and put bits of paint on it and make sure I'm getting it as accurate as possible. So that's for ease of use. Is that sort of in shot? No, well, a little bit. There's no... I don't have enough fucking space. It's cramped in here, in your brain. It's a very tight space. Just like your mother's anus. Which you'd think would be loose, because she's such a whore. Your mother is such a whore. She has anal sex so often. You'd think her anus would be loose and flapping in the wind, like a torn sail on a pirate ship. Yeah, that's funny. That's funny. I'm funny. I was worried when I started recording this. I was like, oh shit, what if I don't have anything to talk about? What if I can't think of anything to say? I don't need to worry about that now. I'm on a roll. I'm hilarious. I'm making me laugh, and that's what counts. As long as I find me funny, then I'm doing okay. Yellow ochre, one of my favourite colours for painting with. It's like a mustard yellow. It's a shit colour in general, but in terms of painting, it's one of my most often run out of colours. A bit of phthalo blue. When I was looking for specifically a tube of this in the art shop a little while ago, I'm just going to take a sip of Pepsi, 1 second. I want my podcast to be like the opening of 28 Days Later, where he comes out of the hospital room and there's like a broken vending machine and cans everywhere, and there's like Pepsi cans, and he picks up a can of Pepsi and he's like, oh, look. Obviously Pepsi put money in to like have their product in there, because that's how that works, because you sort of have to. I assume. I want this to be like that, or I just keep talking about the fact that I'm having a sip of Pepsi, and I'll start showing the cans if they'll send me some fucking money. It's not like I won't be doing like, oh, I'd just like to take a moment to talk about today's sponsor, Pepsi. Have you ever heard of Pepsi? I'm not about to do that shit, but if they give me a bunch of money, I'll show their fucking. But what I can do is what I've done before in the past, is I can put this on screen and I can say. No, I'm not going to actually. Only because of the atrocities that are being perpetuated in the world right now. What can I say that's offensive, but not over the top offensive? I was going to say fuck a baby. I don't mean that. It's just funny to it's funny to show a company logo and just say shit like that. So in a way, they're not related, but one thing that's happening while another thing is happening that a company would not be happy about. If I made like a video of me drinking Pepsi like they do on, films where they hold the can like this so you can very clearly see the logo as they're drinking it. And then I turn to the camera and say, hey, sometimes children are sexy and it's good to... I have problems with like joking about that kind of stuff nowadays. Like it's all funny, it's all ha ha ha, but there's too much bad shit going on at the moment to be really joking about that kind. The things I could be joking about are a lot better. I should continue to... See, that's why I love porn so much. Because porn's like this... I know porn has its bad sides. I'm not saying porn is the best thing in the way. There's a lot wrong with porn and the porn industry. But in general, very often I find if I'm in distress about everything that's going on in the world, which these days is very, very often, if I look at some boobs... I go, boobs. What? Oh, let's go. Let's fucking go. Boobs, yes. And then you watch like porn, where they have like storylines and they're just so fucking silly. And it's like, how can I take anything seriously when there's naked people squirting juices all over each other and one of them's a school teacher that's admonishing their students, and their students are like 35 years old, I guess, because that's how, adults work. It's so fucking silly. Porn is so fucking silly that like it overrides everything else around it. Which is why I think it's I'm not joking. If I were to start making jokes about like the obvious sort of like human trafficking and those kinds of things within that do happen within the world of pornography here and there, non-consensual release of footage and such. These are bad things. If I start joking about that, then it's like, maybe don't. But if I start saying, hey, wouldn't it be funny if there was a film called The Green MILF and it was like The Green Mile but porn, and instead of Tom Hanks it was an attractive, very, very heavily made up woman over 40 with breast enhancements, and she had sex with all of the inmates on death row. That's quite funny. Jesus. Right, we're a not insignificant portion of the way into this video, and I've not really started painting yet. I'm actually a bit intimidated. That's one of the reasons getting to this point of recording has taken longer. I'm giving myself accidentally not much time to film this before it needs to go up on Friday. And one of the reasons it's taken me so long to get to is because I'm a little bit intimidated by painting this at this size and everything. It's quite big for me. I know you think I'm a size queen, and I am in various ways, but it's big and there's a lot of detail, a lot of colours, a lot to do, a lot that can go wrong, and I'm intimidated by it. And so it's taken me a while to build up the courage, almost, to actually sit and paint the fucking thing. Because I want it to look good for you, and I've been not necessarily doubting myself, but you know, I've been a bit worried about if I can perform. I got performance anxiety, and my artistic penis has gone womp womp. I did not at all intend to talk about sex and pornography as much as I have already. I apologise if that's maybe not what you're into, because I get it. If sometimes, like, I like porn and sex and boobs, boobs, MILFs, mature women and boobs are like some of my most searched. Obviously, I've mentioned the whole Japanese maid service thing, but that's like an offshoot. Mature boobs, But I like that within the context of I am looking specifically for that. If I'm watching a video and they suddenly start talking about like porn and stuff, I get a bit not turned off, but a bit like, I'm not here to hear about that. I'm here to hear about. So it's entirely likely that anyone who has turned onto this video and is watching it to this point, my apologies, but it's entirely likely that people hearing me talk about all this shit are going, shut up, fucking talk about the paint, fucking paint the paint. You're half an hour in, you haven't even. All right, so let's get this skin tone going. Yeah, let's the skin. What are we looking for? We're looking for, it's quite yellowish, the skin. We're looking for more the undertone at the moment, sort of reddish, more orangey, darker kind of colour. This might work. And not quite red enough. That is quite red, actually. That's more red than I had expected it to be. But whatever, it doesn't. As always, with these copies of other people's work that I do, which I do an odd amount of, but it's cool because you call it a study and suddenly it's fine. The idea is not to aim for a one-to-one recreation of the thing you are copying, but more to just look at it and try and paint an exact copy of it. Am I contradicting myself? Yes. But it's okay because it's funny. Is it? No, it's not that funny. Well, these first few layers and things are probably not going to be much to look at. There's not necessarily going to be much to see. There's actually quite surprisingly few layers of paint in this by the looks of things. Like, it doesn't look like the skin. It looks actually like the red is on top of the actual skin colour, so I might have to switch up what I'm doing. 2 or 3 layers of highlights maybe on the yellowish and then similar on the green. I think the black is doing a lot of work. The black shadow is doing a lot of work in terms of sort of layer and colour that appears in that piece. So we might have to go more brownish yellow. And then it looks like I have already made a mistake where the red is added on top, maybe as almost like a blood effect kind of thing. So let's change what we are doing completely and do something else instead. That's how it goes with painting sometimes. You've got to... It doesn't always work on the first try. Sometimes it does, but sometimes it don't. Yeah, that could be fine. And then highlight that with more yellow ochre in the... Yeah, that'd be alright, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? That'd be alright. I need to have this somewhere where I can access it easily to see what I'm doing. Especially in the arms, because there's so much detail in the arms. There always is in Bisley pieces. Muscles and veins and shit. And so it's something I try to pay attention to. Because it's going to be easy to get it wrong. And to just like paint over one bit that I wasn't supposed to paint over. And that's how it goes. Right, so now it's just going to be 5 hours of this. Enjoy. I mean, not really. There's going to be other bits as well. It's not just going to be this. It's going to be a lot of this, but it's not just. It's not solely this. There's more to it than that. Hi, I'm the parasite. And hey, what if there was a porno? That's literally all I had planned to talk about. But that said, I did put a little thingy thing on the Instagram in my stories asking if people had any sort of suggestions for topics that I could discuss, or if they had questions they thought maybe I could answer during this episode, this ordeal, as you could maybe call it. And I noted some of them down. Not all of them. A lot of them are boring suggestions. Not exactly. Some suggestions I got when I asked for suggestions were like either things I had already spoken about in other videos, not to the degree that I would never talk about them again, but in a way that's like, you know, in this kind of context, I don't really feel like just rehashing things I've already spoken about. I'd rather talk about fresh new things, at least somewhat. And other ones were like some suggestions were things that maybe warrant their own video specifically to talk about. Topics that are just like, you know, I was kind of aiming for suggestions of things that are maybe I can spend a few minutes here and there talking about. But some of the ideas are like full-on topics to get into that, you know, I could maybe talk about for an hour. I don't really want to do that on this podcast episode specifically. So so I've got some things I can talk about, and I might talk about some of them, or I might just talk about porn, or I might just be vaguely racist about actors whose names I'm not sure of. Again, I didn't intend that. That was a genuine. I just didn't. The name just. It's not because they're black. They just look, and they don't look similar because they're. It's not. I'm not a racist, all right. I'm not. If anything, if I could make a pretty bold statement right here, if anything, I'm anti-racist. Yeah, I'm against racism. I hope that's not too wild a thing to say in this day and age. But in my opinion, racism is pretty bad. I don't think people should do that. I don't think people should do racism. I think they should knock it on the head. Give it a rest. Yeah? Yeah. Wow, Ewan. Such cool, deep topics to talk about in your podcast episode. All jokes aside, this is the 333rd episode of the podcast, which for anything is a lot. If you do 333 of anything, that is a lot. So I'm taking it as a W. That's how people pronounce that, isn't it? When someone's winning, they really properly, in a British accent, pronounce it a W. Oh, well, that certainly was a W for him. Oh, very good. What? Jolly good, what? Yeah. W for you, sir. Yeah. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I should shut up. That's what I'm doing. What I'm doing is should shut up. There's like a Z here. It's like a Z. And I just fucking did that shit backwards. So, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. And I should shut up. But I am, you know, don't want to blow my own horn, but I'm proud of myself for doing 333 episodes. Now, will I continue? Probably. I might not. There's no reason I shouldn't. I'm just, fucking whatever. I don't know. I don't even know what I'm talking about right now. I'm still anxious about this painting. I really want to make it good, and I want it to work out in the sort of way I imagine it, and hope that it will work out. But still, I'm anxious about it. There's a lot that could go wrong. There's a lot of time to spend on it, and there's a lot in that time that could go wrong. So I'm trying to navigate that. Does that make sense? Do you understand the pressure I'm under? The pressure I put on myself? I was thinking that the other day about the whole idea of doing this episode specifically, of like, no one's like, I'm not being paid. I don't get paid for the podcast really at all, other than like Patreon, but that's not specifically for the podcast. I'm not being paid. There's no sponsorships, there's no adverts or anything. There's no one really asking for this. This is purely me deciding I should do an extra long episode for the 333rd episode, and then going along with that, and then having anxiety about it, and wondering like, oh, is it worth it? Is it going to work out? Am I going to fuck things up? You could just not do it, Ewan. It's fine. No one's going to, like, really, if you made a shorter episode and just mention the fact that it is the 333rd episode, and even maybe you could say you'd planned for it to be longer, but for whatever reason it didn't happen, people would be fine with that. No one would be upset or angry with you. No one would really care. It would be fine. Everything's fine, Ewan. Don't worry about it. But no, instead I'm fucking throwing myself into fits of anxiety and panic at the very idea that I might not be good enough. And that's all it is, really. It's the worry that I might just not be good enough. Somebody asked about, as a topic of discussion, not really a question, but as a topic of discussion, the idea of making time for art / being consistent with life, which I think I understand the premise of as a topic of discussion. Like how do you balance making art and, I guess, everything else in life? And that is difficult. That is a topic worth discussing. But instead of doing so, I'm going to talk more about porn. I'm not really. No, that is interesting, because it's something I struggle with daily, because what I have found is, if I want to like be consistent in like life, in keeping my home clean and tidy, my clothes, my dishes, keeping on top of my garbage and everything, in order to like keep on top of all of that kind of thing, finances, whatever else, I pretty much, like, the art suffers. It really feels like I can be an artist, I can put all my effort and time into the art to trying to make good art consistently, or I can be like a regular human and I can keep my house clean and I can take care of my banking and the post and the this and the that. It really does feel like I can be one or the other. It seems so difficult. Because if I do all the regular life stuff, I have virtually no energy left for art. And if I do art, it's not necessarily an energy issue, but it's like a time thing. Like art takes so long to do it, properly to a level I'm happy with, that I no longer have time to get all the other shit done. It really does feel difficult to strike a balance, which is something I don't really hear a lot of artists talk about. A lot of artists talk about artists. Do you like the way I annoyingly said that? Artists. A lot of artists talk about like burnout and that kind of thing. There's a lot of certain subjects around making art and being an artist and that kind of living that kind of life. But I don't really hear about that side of it, about balancing art in your life in general with everything else. There's a few memes I've seen of like, trying to be an artist, but then also having to be a businessman on top of that and trying to have a social life and maybe a partner and trying to cook 3 meals a day and keep a clean home and clean clothes and all the rest of it. There are memes about it, but that's about as deep a discussion as I've seen. It's just memes, which is fine. Sometimes memes can be a good sort of method of communication, of getting ideas across and such. But sometimes you kind of wish maybe people would actually talk about this shit instead of just sharing funny little internet pictures about it. So that's what I'm here to do today. To mention that I'm aware it's difficult to balance all the stuff, and then give no further help or information to the subject. Because what can I really say? I'm not in a position to give advice. Oh, this is how you balance being an artist and all the rest of shit you're supposed to do in life. Because I don't. I struggle with it daily. Well, I guess if nothing else, I try to, like, if I have a bunch of like chores to do, errands to run or whatever, regular life shit that I'm supposed to keep up with, I try to get at least one of those things done in a day. Like if I have, like, okay, so today I've got all, commissions to work on, art to do, whatever. But also my laundry needs doing, my bed needs cleaning, my dishes, this, that, and all the rest of it. So if I say, okay, today, get laundry done, and then art. And then the next day, dishes, and then art. That's kind of some way of in which I balance things. Is I do at least, or not at least one a day, but like if I'm going to have to do those tasks as an artist, then break it down to like, there's a sort of cliche thing of break it into smaller bite-sized pieces, but like one thing a day, and it might be that you do that and realise, oh, the dishes got done really quick, I've got time to do something else, and then maybe you can do your laundry as well, and then you're able to get a couple of things done and still have time for art. Now, if you've like got a day job, for instance, and you're trying to balance being an artist and having a day job, then I can't really talk too much about that. Because my experience in that is like, when I had a day job, I wasn't really making any real money through art, just a little bit now and then. I just drew and painted whenever I could, whenever I had the energy to, which was not necessarily as often as I'd like, but because you've got a job which drains all your fucking energy. So I understand that. So I don't know, but there's you know, and that's that. That's all I've got to say about that. The end of that bit of discussion. God, this is going to take me hours to paint this, especially I feel like I'm painting really slow. But this is, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't have started on Slane's skin, because as I say, there's a lot of detail and there's a lot to paint. And I am trying to see, if I was painting this myself, if this was just Gun Viking or something, I'd be much quicker because I'd put the paint wherever I want to put the paint. Whereas at the moment, I'm trying to put the paint wherever it looks like it's supposed to go on, you know, the piece that I'm copying or referencing or studying or whatever you want to say. And so it's taking me a bit longer to figure out exactly where the paint needs to go and then putting it down. But we're getting there. We're doing it. We're doing The Thing. I'd do The Thing. John Carpenter's The Thing. Oh, imagine if it was John Carpenter's The Thing, but a porn parody. What if The Thing was a big-titted 40-year-old woman, over 40-year-old woman, and it had sex with all the people that worked in the science station in Alaska, or wherever the fuck they are in that film. And that to defeat it, they had to have sex with it. Wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't that be just grand? Now, here's the question. Do I know the name of the black actor? Well, there's two black actors in that film. One of them is I guess more known because he's in more stuff, or has been in more stuff. He's also in They Live and others. Is he in Predator? One of the Predator films, maybe? And the answer to that is no, I don't know. But then I don't know any of the actors' names apart from Kurt Russell. So you can't, again, it's not a race thing. I'm the one who brought it up. But I brought it up because it would be funny to, again, insinuate that I might be a racist because I don't know the name of a black actor. But I don't know the name of any of the actors in that film apart from Kurt Russell. So, again, clearly and obviously, evidentially, that's a word. Not a racist. Not a racist. Because I don't know anyone's names. Apart from Kurt Russell. Because Kurt Russell is Kurt Russell. And everyone knows Kurt Russell. It'd be weird if I didn't know Kurt Russell. Wouldn't that be weird if I knew everyone's name in that film apart from Kurt Russell? Even the Norwegian. If I knew the Norwegian characters' names. If I knew the dog's name. Then that would be weird, wouldn't it? What the fuck am I talking about? These colours... Oh, no, I was like, no, these colours are not looking right. I think... See, because these areas are green, so obviously I'm going to use green paint. But then some of these yellower areas look greenish. So I don't know if maybe I should be mixing in green with some of the yellow. I don't know. It's difficult. Well, it's not that difficult. It's just painting, isn't it? Is it difficult? Is it really difficult doing a painting? Yeah, actually, it fucking is. You don't understand. You don't fucking know. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, cunt. Oh, fucking... I want this to be, here. So I can look at it as... normally, that's another good reason for drawing as small as I do. If I'm doing a drawing of something, when I'm drawing screenshots from my phone, I have my phone here and the drawing here, and I'm referencing it immediately. But I'm trying to look over to the side to see the thing, and it feels so far away. I could try to put it here, but it kind of works, but I feel like it's... I don't know. That's not too bad. We'll do that for now. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it fucking goes, yeah? Yeah? Yeah. Someone else asked in my suggestion box, which is also what the town calls your mother's vagina, the suggestion box. Because they've got a lot of suggestions for what she could be doing better. Actually, your mum's just fine. She doesn't need to do anything better. She's great as she is. She's wondrous, your mother. She's not a whore. She's a lovely woman. Very attractive, lovely woman. And the town loves her because she's so lovely to everybody. Because she has sex with them all, because she's a big whore. Ha! I tell myself every episode, stop with the mum stuff, with your mum's a whore, that whole... Because I'm not saying it to, like, badmouth whores or anything. We love whores. If it weren't for whores, you wouldn't be born, because your mum's one. That's how funny I am. That's how funny I am. See, that could be a good or a bad thing. Or you could say it in a good or a bad way. I think there's more colour in this than I'm really putting in. I think some of the yellow is a bit more sort of like flesh kind of coloured. Some of it is more yellowish. But I'm at the moment just doing it all yellow for reasons. Somebody else asked in my suggestion box, something, your mother's a whore, something, the end. Again, I didn't really ask, but a topic of discussion. My take, what's my, I guess it's kind of a question, what would my take be on contemporary / conceptual art? Which is quite the contentious topic. It's the sort of thing that a lot of, like, artists... There's a guy, Justin Buer, he was like a breakdancer and sort of like hip-hop artist. I don't know if he ever actually did graffiti, but he's in that sort of graffiti art world. But lately he's taken to... I stopped following him. I followed him at first because I found out about him when I was a teenager and I thought his art was quite cool. And then when I found him on Instagram, I was like, oh, sick, I'll follow him. But I stopped following him recently because it started to become... all he'd do is find videos of like weird, odd, conceptual, abstract performance artists and just like badmouth them and say how it's not real art and like, oh, you think this is just trying to get attention and this is just this and this is just that. And like sometimes every now and again I agree with something like that. That like a lot of sort of, you know, performance art and conceptual art is just, at least appears kind of garbage. And sometimes I see some of that kind of art in my feed or on the explore page or whatever, and I'm just like, ugh, fucking go away, shut up. But then when you see somebody who makes it almost they take it on as their job almost to like to badmouth these artists and what they do and point out what they see as the flaws in it. It feels a bit like icky, of just like, why don't you just shut up and let people do what they do? Like, who gives a fuck? Literally, at the end of the day, they're not taking food out of your mouth. They're not your audience. You know, their audience isn't your audience. So they're not like taking art sales away from you. So just let them live, let them do the thing. Like, yeah, some of it's weird and you know, not necessarily that it's difficult to understand, but it does leave you thinking a lot like, why? Why would you do that? Why bother? But it's people expressing themselves, and like you sort of have to Just allow that, and why shouldn't they? Like, yeah, it's fucking weird, but art's fucking weird. Art's supposed to be weird. And I think the moment art stops being weird, like if you don't have people doing weird shit like that, and I can't even think of any good examples right now, but it just like smacking mud or throwing paint onto the floor and standing in it, or just weird shit that people do, jumping and drawing a charcoal line on the wall continuously, not to make any shapes out of it, but just doing it as an act of doing it. Yeah, it's fucking weird, and it's like, why would you do that? Like, as soon as people theoretically stop doing that, then it's like, well, now what? Now, everyone just draws pictures. Like, well, then why is that suddenly better? Like, if people are supposed to do weird shit. That's how good shit happens, is by people making weird shit, and then other shit comes from it. And like, so you've got to allow for that kind of thing. You've got to allow people to be fucking weird. So I almost want to make a page, or maybe even start on my page, where I take videos of people doing that weird fucking conceptual performance art, and I praise them, and I go, yeah, fuck yeah, this is cool, it's fucking weird, I wouldn't do it, I wouldn't be caught dead doing some shit like this. I draw goblin dicks, that's my thing, that's what I do. But God bless these people doing this fucking weird shit, because it's fucking, it comes from like weird kids in their bedroom going, oh, I'm gonna do some fucking weird shit, I'm gonna recite my childhood diary into a curtain for 8 hours a day for a week and call it art. It's fucking weird. Why would you do that? But fuck yeah, it's weird. Go ahead and do that shit. Also, it can a lot of times very legitimately be people's genuine way of dealing with like trauma and stress and things that happened to them. Like, maybe that's the sort of only way they found that they can sort of get this stuff out there, out of them, into the world to sort of deal with it, as trauma or whatever. So, also, I've said this many times, I consider myself a perpetual art student, where I love coming up with weird ideas for shit. Stuff that like I wouldn't necessarily ever make into art, but just being like, hey, wouldn't it be funny to like do this as art or do that as art? And like, because that's the point. It's fun. It's fun to be weird and silly and out of the ordinary. Because that's how you get punk, and that's how you get hip hop. That's how you get all the good shit in the world. All the best artists, musical artists, the best, maybe not actors, but the best sort of artists, painters, writers, musicians, all the best, actually the truly best ones, are just fucking weird. Just fucking weird people. But they're really fucking creative, and they're good at what they do, because they do it. And that's the point. You get good at something by doing it. So be weird, be a fucking nutcase, and do some shit that some greying old, less relevant than he used to be artist is going to sit and complain about online, and keep doing that shit and get good at it to the point where people go, oh fuck, this is really good, let me see some of their older work. And then you see their older work and it's fucking weird and silly, and you're like, this is fucking weird and silly, how did they ever go from this to this? Because that's how shit works. You've got to allow people to be fucking weird and silly. And there was a time where, I'd look on, conceptual art, performance art. I'd look at it and go, what a load of garbage, what a load of fucking nonsense. Get a job, fucking learn to draw. How about that? How about you learn to fucking draw? Why doesn't anyone just draw anymore? Why don't you fucking learn to draw, cunts? But also, I used to find actual, genuine racist jokes very funny, and I used to think it was big and clever to make not just racist jokes but racist remarks, and I used to think it was funny to make rape jokes and just talk about women being shit. I used to legitimately think it was fun and funny to do that kind of thing. But, you know, grow up. Fucking grow up and realise, oh no, actually, if you're going to say some shit, like if you're going to take the time to say some shit, don't say it against people who don't need it. There's plenty of bad people to say shit against. Do weird shit. Don't say bad shit, say weird shit. Instead of saying racist jokes, talk about how funny it would be if there was a porn parody of the Green Mile, but instead of Tom Hanks, it was a big, ridiculously, insanely big-titted, mature woman in a really skimpy, obviously fake police outfit that you'd never in a million years wear on the job of being a police officer. And she has to have sex with all of the people on death row on the Green Mile. And it's called the Green MILF. And she is, she's the MILF of the Green Mile. And she has sex with all the inmates on death row before they... Because they say, well, she says, hey, what do you want for your last meal, honey? And they're like, hey, how about you? And then... I apologise for the graphic nature of what I'm about to say. And then she's blowing them through the bars of the cell. Because that happens in porn. They do that. They'll have a prison porn thing, and the female warden will be blowing the male inmate through the bars of the cell. Because, of course, she is. It's a wonderful life. Life can be shit. Believe me, I'm not in a happy place in my life at the moment. In case that wasn't obvious enough. But sometimes you can spend it talking about shit like that, and it's funny. It doesn't necessarily make life worth it. It doesn't negate all of the fucking hell and garbage that we have to go through on a daily basis. It doesn't make it all okay, but that's sort of what I go for. Either I'll watch porn or I'll try to find something more light-hearted to look at for a while. And I'm not looking for my spirit to be uplifted. I'm not looking for a change in perspective, because I know, that's almost certainly not going to happen. But I'm looking at the very least for just something to make my brain go, for a moment, even just a moment of that feeling can be a huge relief and release from the standard drudgery of day-to-day life. And that is my answer to that person's question about my take on contemporary art and whatever else they were talking about. Let people be fucking weird. You can get into it of like the whole tax loophole artist cheat thing, and that's a whole really kind of a different discussion. But if you're talking about just weird fucking seemingly nonsensical contemporary weird conceptual performance art, then that's what I have to say about it. Is yeah, it's fucking weird, but if I allow it. In the same way, actually, that like it's easy to look at romantic comedy films and think, what a load of absolute fucking garbage. What a load of shit. What an absolute load of fucking horse shit this is and these are. But there is an audience for them, and there are people who make them as their art. They that's what they do, that's what they write, that's what they make, is these fucking romantic comedies. That why would anyone watch them? Because that's just what they do. That's how they express themselves. Maybe it's just for the money. I don't know, whatever. But you've got to accept that they exist, and you've got to let them exist, and just let them be. Like, yeah, it's not your thing, but it's some shit that someone makes, and it's some shit that someone's into, so you have to just let it be. You've got to let it fucking be. And so that's why you've got to let people just be fucking weird. Sorry, I don't know if it will pick it up on the microphone. I'm currently listening to a bunch of the British version of frat boys chanting outside my home, going whoa, 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 whoa. It's just. See, I got more negative shit to say about that than I have about weird contemporary conceptual art. Fucking lad, geezers, that whole culture. That's some shit that can. But Ewan, can't you say the same thing? They should just be allowed to do their thing. No. I have a very specific set of standards, and frat boys chanting in the street drunkenly does not fit into those standards. So fuck them. Fuck them all the way to hell. Sons of bitches. A lot of them. Ugh. Oh, I actually spat. I only meant to pretend spit. But then I actually spitted. I just checked the recording time. I've been going for more than an hour already. I kind of hoped I'd have more of this painting done by now. Some time ago, I think it's quite some time ago now, I had printed off some pictures of Simon and Bisley comic pages that I had seen. Actually, somebody sent them to me as images to be like, hey, have you seen this? It's like an old Bisley comic that I hadn't seen previously, didn't have a print version of them. So I printed them off as things to look at so I could look at them here with you all and show them. I bring that up because I've only gone and fucking done it again. Maximum Force is a comic by Simon Bisley. Just checking that it's going to be slightly shiny. If I have them about here. Okay, yeah, I'll try to keep them about here so we can see them hopefully clearly. Now, right, so it's difficult to find, and when I have been able to find like print versions of it, it's very, very expensive. And this is some of it. I found it online, where someone's obviously scanned it in and enabled everybody to look at it for free online, because that's what the internet's for. And so I printed off some pages. These are in order, but it's not all of the pages of the comic. It's just a select few that I liked, that I printed off to look at, to show you and me to enjoy looking at together. Yeah, together. This is me, this is you, all of you, and this is us. And we are, well, I'm in your brain because I'm the parasite in your brain. I think there's multiple covers. I think this is a cover. It's maybe not the best cover, but this is the comic with the baboon, with the really cool like Lobo chain arm glove baboon. It's almost exactly how Lobo looks, Simon Bisley's Lobo specifically, obviously. But for me, the art in this is like peak Simon Bisley, like tip-top 90s Bisley comic art. Some of the artwork in here is so good. The cover is kind of whatever, this cover specifically. Some of the characters, a weird digital background that doesn't quite work, but whatevs. I'll just put the pages this way up, fuck it. This is one of, I don't know if it's the opening, but it's one of the first pages, and that is just impeccable, like so fucking good. And that's what I mean when I say peak prime Bisley. I know he did that a Death Dealer comic, which I've seen. I think I saw a video of somebody looking through it, and it looked incredible. It looked like a similar sort of, probably similar time period. Is it Danzig it was done in association with? and Frazetta, I guess, being Death Dealer. And I'd love to get a copy of that, either digital that I can print off for my own use, of course, or does this count as my own use if I'm printing it off to make a video showing it? Does that count as personal use? I don't know. Fuck it. I'm not making money from it. It doesn't fucking matter. No one's going to watch this anyway. But yeah, I feel like it's about a similar sort of. I think there's maybe similar creatures in that Death Dealer comic as well. But it's just so good. The pose is so fucking strong with the body like this and then the knee bending to like anchor the body into the ground. The dark black shadows on the body are really, really cool. Like the placement of them, the way they sort of like almost embolden the shape of the body. And they, again, because they're all on like the back lower part, it sort of helps to weigh the character down. Not just those shadows, but the fact that this creature is a shadow with a face. It almost looks like the beasts from, or the alien things from Attack the Block, which is quite a cool film. That film's a lot more like brutal than I thought it would be. Thought it was going to be like a funny, light-hearted alien comedy set in like a council estate, but it's actually surprisingly harsh and brutal, which is cool. And they've got creatures like this that they're almost jet black, except for their like glowing blue teethy mouths, and they look kind of like that. And I really love that. But that's cool as it is, but the shape of it, the strength of it, again, Simon Bisley doing what he does. The side helmet here, which I've pointed out in a few Bisley comics, in I think the Heavy Metal Dread one I looked at before, there's a few of them in there. And there's quite a few in this comic. I don't know if I've got many examples of them, but that's, you know, from the side, somewhat sci-fi, somewhat medieval, fantasy helmet thing. The hammer, just everything about that is just so like, so good. And I didn't necessarily intentionally steal this, but I certainly have obviously adopted the mindset of when it comes to drawing like fabric like this, just lines and shit that make it look kind of like there is fabric there. Like it's not perfectly rendered. It doesn't read as obviously flowing fabric, but you look at it and go, yeah, that's like a loincloth or whatever. That'll do, that's fine. But then, you know, the muscles and the little, where he has put hatching and stuff, just the texture on the skin, the texture in the boots and the armour and stuff. Really, really fucking cool. And again, I mean, that's 2 splash panels that are just like perfect. Just perfect. Perfect comic book art just in general. Like this is the sort of thing that it wasn't quite like this, but in Spaced, back in the day when I first saw it on television, I didn't know it was Spaced, but it was the episode where Tim Bisley, the character named after Simon Bisley, is having his portfolio looked at. So when the executive is looking through his portfolio, it's artwork by Jim Murray, largely, I believe. But he's looking through it and it's basically stuff like this. And the guy says, all muscles and guns. And it is stuff I look at like this. And I'm just like, fuck yeah. Fucking fuck yes. That's what I want to do. That's what I want to draw. I want this. I want that. It's fucking... And that's basically where Gun Viking came from, was shit like this. I'd never seen this when I made Gun Viking originally, but it's basically the same thing. Just look at it. Like if that was in a portfolio, that would just be fucking splendid. And I love that the shadow beasts here, this one is like more well lit, I guess. You can see parts of its musculature and such. Just great poses. And then here you see this guy's got like a fucking claw thing on his hand that you couldn't see here. I love, I don't know if I call it design or just the way the boots are drawn. Like almost like they're like linen or leather wraps or something, or straps, but just it feels really quickly drawn. It doesn't feel like it's too laboriously planned out or designed. Just quickly draw it, ink it, get it done. But like keep it looking badass the entire way through. The mouths are great on the beasts. Just fantastic, absolutely fantastic. I'd love to see the black and white artwork for this because it's obviously coloured digitally. But the black and white artwork has got to exist out there somewhere, and it would just be a treat to see the original drawings of all of this. I mean, actually, it probably wouldn't be too difficult to turn this into a black and white image. I don't necessarily have the know-how to do it exactly like on Photoshop or whatever, but I could probably get quite close. I might have to give that a go. Like I say, I've no interest in the story. I just don't care. I've tried reading this a couple of times on my laptop. I just don't give a shit. I just love looking at the artwork because fucking look at it. That's the baboon. It's so cool. It feels like, I don't know, obviously, but it feels like somebody went to Bisley and said, just draw whatever you want. Just fuck it doesn't matter, just make it look cool, which you will because you're Simon Bisley, that's what you do, and just draw whatever. And then he did, and this is the stuff that came out. I don't have much to say about this in particular, but it just, I mean, actually I kind of do like the composition. I assume this is all one big panel where the baboon guy sat in front while these other characters are talking in the background. But I love the composition, the sort of, maybe this is just telling the story or whatever, but get that out of the way and then it's just characters and I don't know, it's just cool. It's just fucking cool. No idea who the fuck this is, but I love their weapon. That's another thing that I don't know if it would be written. Like he's got two like claw chainsaw things on a hand gauntlet thing, or if that's just some shit Simon Bisley came up with. No clue. I couldn't know. But it looks fucking great. Maybe they're called like the praying mantis or something because it's got like a praying mantis on his front. Oh, I think the main reason I printed this page off though was just because I like the baboon's pose here. I like how he's drawn. It's a really cool, it's still a strong like hero pose even though it's an ape or a monkey even. You can actually call baboons monkeys because they are, so that's something. I learned that while doing my own comic about a baboon. Imagine that. Imagine if a baboon was a librarian. I really like that drawing. Like if I had drawn that in a sketchbook, that would be one of my favourite pages. Maybe not my favourite, but one of my favourite pages in the sketchbook. Just because it has like that cool drawing of a fucking baboon with his cool boots on. That's good shit, man. This is a cool like action shot of these two. I really like his use of shadows. Part of it might be a time thing. He knows it's just quicker and easier to put loads of shadow in. But it does fit for where they are to keep large parts of them in shadow. So it's really effective in storytelling, but it's effective in the art. I like the baboon's face here. Just like the lines and the details and stuff that, as he's drawing it, they probably are really just quickly made. He probably doesn't think about them too much. Because if I don't know how well it shows, but if you look at the texture on the baboon's face, it doesn't feel designed like the boots from before. It doesn't feel like he's really paying attention to the exact anatomy of a baboon's face. He's just putting texture in there so it looks textured like a baboon's face. I could be wrong about that, but that's how it looks, and I love that that's how it looks. I like this panel as well, where they're sat on the rooftops. That seated squatting pose is really good with the hands hanging down. The butt, that's a pose I've drawn Gun Viking in quite a lot, just almost purely as an excuse to draw his butt. And the angle is interesting also. This is cool. I love the details, the characters. They're so insane. I've no idea who they are or what they're for. Weird kind of superhero characters. This fucking guy, just giant armoured hands, pouches and shit going on. I love it. I love it so much. I really do want to see the black and white versions. I don't even know if that's like a possibility. This is one of my favourites, my absolute favourites. I did this in my screenshots zine thing. I don't know if I've got one to hand. Sometimes I do. Sometimes I don't. Right now I don't. Oh, yeah, I do. I screenshot this zine. It's all dusty and shit. All I'm doing is showing you a copy I did of it. That's... Ooh, look at that. I drew something that already exists. Brilliant. But it just... I like it. I think it's a great fucking drawing. It's over a 2-page spread in the actual comic. There's a line down the middle. I was tempted to print it out on 2 separate pages and put it together, but it's just easier to have it all in one image. The use of shadow, to have this whole leg in shadow, just because fuck it, why not? It's easier. The hair is like a solid black mass, but that fits into the shadows. The shape of the muscles and the lines and texture used to define the muscles, because it doesn't even almost look like rendered muscles. It just looks like there's stuff under his skin. There's just lumps and shit under his skin. And sometimes, like if you look at like bodybuilders and stuff, it can look like that sometimes, because muscles have a sort of set place where they are, but by the nature of human bodies being, you know, natural things, they're not always symmetrical. They're not always, you know, perfectly in line with like a diagram that you might see. And so sometimes you do get, or very often you do get, just weird positioning of lumps and bumps under the skin. And I love that, and I love how Bisley makes that look in his drawings, as well as the pose and everything, and just that fucking boot is great. I think there's maybe some discrepancy in like here his boots have these studs on them, but then here they don't. So that might be one of those things where, well, that just happens sometimes in comics. Early in the comic, you draw a character, and then as you're drawing it multiple times throughout the comic, it changes. Well, that might be a thing that just, you know, yeah, that might have only been drawn initially for a cover piece, and then when he actually put it in the comic, it changed, because here his boots are like this as well. No information, no research, purely speculation, purely assumption. This is like a cool page, almost full of like action bits going on. The baboon kicking this guy in the jaw with the spikes on his boots going through his head. That's really cool. That's very Bisley. This sort of like little fight sequence going on. That's a cool positioning of characters, sort of laying into each other. Kind of the baboon wrapped around this guy's fist as he's punching him. The main thing I like about this is just this bit in the middle where it's red. I don't know if that's like one or more of the characters just going into a blind rage and seeing red, quite literally, or if it's just a design choice just to make it look violent and angry. But I love the pose. I actually might steal this pose for something. That could come in very useful for something I'm doing at the moment. Of this guy like upside down as the baboon's jumping into his face. Great poses for both characters. I love the red right in the centre of the page. And the panels in general, I like that they're not just like comic book panels. Sort of like, none of them are really square. They're odd angles and positions and stuff. Really, really fun. That's a really fun page to look at. Like, there's a lot going on. But there's not too much going on that you're like, what the fuck is happening? It's all sort of like well drawn and well defined. But it's like a fun page to look at. There's a lot of drawing going on, and that's what we like to see. This, I think, the Maximum Force comic I saw online, I don't know, there might be a few of them. And this particular one, I think maybe it might be 2 comics in one and 2 separate stories, maybe with some of the same characters. I haven't read it, I don't know. I would know if I did the smallest amount of research or reading of anything ever. Well, I did that Batman comic, I read that, so. But I think these next couple of pages, I think it's literally just 2. I'll put them side by side because it's the last 2. I think they are from a different... Well, they might be from the same one because they've still got the bab. I don't know. Anyway, fucking look at it. Just... So this one is just incredible because anytime Bisley does like someone on a horse, it's just, he does it to the maximum with maximum force. And that's such a good name for the comic for being Simon Bisley, because he draws with maximum force. Because it's not just a horse, it's fucking armoured and it looks demonic, and the guy on the horse is just ridiculous. Just horns and armour and straps, and his weapon's insane. It just looks bonkers. Another one of these beasts on a chain on him. Just absolute craziness going on. Just such a good drawing. Like, again, can you imagine looking through someone's sketchbook or portfolio or something, and this drawing's in there, coloured or not? It would almost be like, again, I want to see it black and white, but just like, if you just saw that as a drawing someone had done, you'd just be like in awe. Like, fuck, that's so good. The fact that it's in a comic book almost cheapens it, because it's like, now it's just a page in a comic book. But to think of that as like just a drawing that someone made, it's just like, fuck, that's amazing. It's so fucking cool. Like, the anatomy of the horse and stuff is a little bit questionable, but then like the angles and things here and there, and that's true of a lot of Bisley's work, but you throw all that to the side, it just doesn't matter, you don't care, because fucking look at it. It's so good. And in this one, my primary focus was this, just the pose. I guess it's this same guy, but also this. So I guess he's got this mace weapon and he's smashing it into this guy's head, and it is similar to the Batman comic from the other week, where Batman's like fist or knee or whatever is going into those people's faces, and their faces are almost wrapping around whatever's going into them. And that's almost happening here, where the skin is just like folding in on itself from the pressure of the weapon going in there, as his bionic eye is shooting out as well. Hand-drawn sound effects throughout, of course, we love that. But yeah, this pose here is so fucking good. I want to draw this. I want to draw that. I might do a painting, like, because this is digitally coloured, but it would be cool to see if it was painted, like how Bisley paints. So I might be able to do that kind of thing. That would be an interesting sort of, not a challenge necessarily, but an interesting thing to do, to take a Bisley drawing that isn't painted, but paint it as Bisley might paint it, and see how it might look if it were painted by Bisley. That's an idea. And this one, I at the very least want to draw this character in this pose, just to sort of like feel how it feels to draw that, because it's just great. The pose itself is great. The line work, the shadows, the muscles, the ass. Love the ass. And the attention to detail as well, because where the leg's stretched out, the ass is kind of like stretched-ish with it, but then here where the leg's coming up, the ass is sort of bulging out this way as it would, which is, you know, similar to how I was talking about guns in the Batman comic, where you can draw a gun firing and you get the idea it's a gun firing, but if you take the time to like draw the slide of the gun coming back a bit as the muzzle flash goes off, just that extra level of detail that just can not make it better, but it can add to it. And it's the same sort of thing, like you can draw the butt looking like a butt with just one leg happens to be up. But, you know, Simon Bisley around this time especially was something of a bodybuilder himself, so he knows how the body works, how muscles work, where it stretches and contracts and bulges and whatever. So that's a good bit of detail thrown in there. Just a fantastic page. Another really fun page to look at. I love the composition as well. So you've got this character jumping into the scene, I guess into this scene, but like the other panels kind of work around that. He's not really covering up anything, you know, super important, because the story's still being told around that scene. I have this green, almost a green filter put over this panel as well. It's very interesting. And that's that. Just really, really fucking cool artwork. which is something. It's around, I've said, there's James Harron, Nick Klein, Daniel Warren Johnson, like their art is really cool and fun to look at. But there is like this era of Simon Bisley's work is just something else that you just don't see nowadays, which makes sense because there's only ever been one Bisley. But my God, my good God, I will admit, I'm almost actually a little bit embarrassed and ashamed by how little painting I got done before in the previous bit. I feel like, not that I should have done loads more, but I kind of feel like I should have done loads more than I actually did achieve. I feel a little bit silly for that. So we'll aim to get more done this time round. We'll see how it goes, at least. There's no promises, no guarantee, but we'll try at least. We'll see how it goes. We will aim to get more done. Still in my head, I'm still troubled by the. I'm not racist. That's I'm just. I keep thinking that in my head of how I might have come across, how I might have seemed. They're two guys that are known for being big black guys. Of course I confuse them. I get Kurt Russell confused with Jeff Bridges, and they're white, so I can't be racist. I know who they are. I even know that it's two separate people, and that I get them confused. It's not like I'm not racist. Also, Keith David is the guy from The Thing, and also They Live, and also a later not so great season of Community, and also Reverse Giraffe in Rick and Morty. Remember when Rick and Morty was good? Only joking. It was never good. We know this. That's not funny. I don't know why. I thought that would be funny. It's not funny. There's green all over this guy. I might have made it a bit too green. Maybe it needs more yellow ochre to sort of like tone the green down just a little bit. Yeah, I think that kind of works. Like there's green about the place on his skin and such. I worry I'm making it too like toxic, bright radioactive green rather than a more subtle green tone, because it's not so no, I might have made the whole thing a bit too green. I don't know. These are the exact problems I worried that I'd run into in painting this piece. I just fuck it up just enough to where I hated it. Because it might be that, once it's finished, once the whole piece is done, it might look fine and great and good even. But then, I want it to be good comparatively compared to the original, and that's where I feel Again, it doesn't need to be a one-to-one copy, but I'd like it to... I say the same shit every time I do a copy of a piece. It's okay, we're not doing a one-to-one copy. It's okay, it's allowed to be a bit different. And then every time I get pissed off with myself because I'm like, it's shit, it looks fucking garbage, it doesn't look anything like the original. Why did I even bother? I should give up. I should stop now and just never ever paint again. Why do I bother? Why do I even fucking bother? I should fucking die. I should fucking die. You know, maybe not that extreme, but you know, that's how it goes. It's just how it goes. I'm getting like dark colours where there should be light colours because I'm not cleaning my brush properly. I use dirty water and dirty brushes and then wonder why everything looks shit. I can call it my style as much as I want, but if it just looks fucking garbage, maybe that's not a style I want to be associated with. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I fucking mean? Another topic on my list of topics that people asked or mentioned that I could talk about or bring up is drawing cool shit regardless of skill level, which I don't know exactly, but I assume is something along the lines of is art worth pursuing? Is it worth trying to draw cool shit if you're not necessarily good, what most people might consider good at drawing? And I say, yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of what could be considered bad drawings that are fucking fantastic. And I say bad as in there might not be any, or might be less actual, illustrative skill involved or whatever. Cute little funny drawings of dogs and stuff, like a little cartoon frog or something that, in terms of drawing skill, you could argue there's almost none involved, but the drawing looks cool and it looks fun, and it only exists because somebody was happy to draw the thing regardless of their skill level. Just like weird people and weird artists, you've got to allow people to be bad artists, to have less skill but still create. Plus, if you're not necessarily typically traditionally skilled as an artist and then you never try, then you're never ever going to be a good artist because you have to try, you have to put in the effort and try to be an artist. That's one of the arguments people make in favour of... that's one of the arguments stupid people make in favour of... Listen to me chuckling at myself there. Like an idiot. What a fucking dickhead am I? Me correcting myself and saying, stupid people, and then going to myself as if I've just said something brilliantly hilarious. Oh, what a wit I am. Did you hear me? Did you hear me say people and then stop and correct myself and say stupid people? Oh, I'm so hilarious. Hooray for me. Hooray bloody me. God, I hate that about myself. I don't necessarily hate myself because of that, but I hate that about myself, that I do that sometimes. Not all the time, but sometimes. Enough that it's annoying to me personally. I'm not liking the colours of this piece, but I think it's one of those things where it's it's in its early stages and I need to allow for it to be ugly before. That's the theme of this episode, is allowing for the badness to get to the goodness. Not that badness can't be goodness in and of itself, but you know, you've got to allow for shit to exist. Yeah, that's the thing of it all. And in this hand, we'll get more layers, but for now, this is all going to be red. Big red, bloody red hand. And this is an interesting point on that. No, wait, I need to go back. Right, an argument that certain people make vis-a-vis defending AI is that AI allows people with no talent to produce artwork, which it doesn't, because you're not producing artwork, you're not producing anything, you're telling a computer program to perform its function, and out of that it generates an image. The end. It's not even AI, it's not even art. It's a bunch of shit, a bunch of wank. Big bunch of shit wank. That's what it is. They say that about it, that it allows for people that maybe don't have inherent artistic talent, which you can argue isn't even a thing, to still create art, to be able to enjoy making art, which it's not. It's not even AI, it's not even art, it's just a bunch of shit. And the problem with that is having no inherent artistic talent doesn't mean you can't make art. Plenty of artists are shit and they still make art. That's one of the topics I had on my list of topics and questions given to me was what are the top 5 artists that I don't like, which I think I vaguely spoke about recently. Not any artists in particular, but just how maybe it would be funny if I made a video about artists specifically that I don't like and say exactly who they are and why I think their art is garbage. There are plenty of artists out there who have no real discernible artistic talent, but they make art regardless. But also, if that's like, if you consider yourself to not be good at something and therefore never try to do a thing, then fuck off. What's the point in you? What's the point in anything? If you're not good at something, then never try to do it. Then you're never going to do anything, because you're not going to be inherently just good at things ever. You're going to start off being shit, so you've got to be shit first and then practice and then get good. That's the main thing. It's not about talent specifically, it's about being willing to put in the time and to actually try shit and to try again and again until you feel like you're getting better. And then if you still are shit, then just give up and use AI, I guess. But until then, you've no excuse. So there's this guy PewDiePie. I think he got quite popular on YouTube for a bit. I don't like the guy. I don't like his videos. I don't like his attitude. He was a bit racist for a bit, wasn't he? Oh, he said the N. So yeah, I've no interest in. I'm absolutely not his audience. I have no interest in him, his videos, whatever, anything about him, whatever. But I was made curious by one of his videos, and I did give it a look. It's the only video of his I have actually watched, and the video was him basically trying to learn to draw as somebody who just doesn't draw. He's a person who doesn't draw. He's not a drawer, as some people refer to it. But he tried drawing, and he tried, like, he got sketchbook and some pens, pencils, and he like tried drawing like faces and characters and shit. And at first he was bad at it, but then gradually he started getting better and better. And he was like watching tutorials, and like getting art books, how to draw books and stuff. And by the end of it, he wasn't like a fantastic illustrator, but you could see he'd clearly put in the work, and he was producing drawings that were good enough, like passable drawings that you would look at and go, that's a pretty cool drawing. You wouldn't look at it and go, that's a piece of shit, why did you bother? Like, he put in like the time and the effort, and not because he had to, just because he wanted to. Which, you know, like I say, no reason to like the guy, but props to him for that. Because how many people would do that? How many people literally say the opposite of that? And they say, well, I can't draw, so, you know, AI lets me blah, blah, blah. It's like, well, okay, well, try and draw. Try drawing. Try for long enough that you're actually practicing drawing. Try to get good at drawing. Don't just try to draw, try to get good at drawing. Put some fucking effort into your shit, you dumb, you big dummy, dumbhead, fucking cunt. So yeah, props to PewDiePie for that, and nothing else. I have no reason really to hate the guy. I resent success that isn't my own. Fuck it, I hate him. He's shit. Also, you know, the whole racist thing is, it's there. You can't really just ignore it, can you? That's that topic. What else have we got? I don't know. I'm not even looking at anything when I say that. I'm painting. I'm trying to get. I want to get as much. I want to really quickly get the green bodies of this guy and this guy done, and then I want to get the horse done, and that'll be at a point where I feel like we're making progress. Oh, another reason I felt ashamed and embarrassed previously for not doing enough is because I didn't even get Slane's legs done. I had the skin colour mixed and ready to paint, and I didn't even paint that. Just a fucking failure of a person. Ooh, I'm painting over bits now. That's what happens when you rush. You make mistakes, and that's what I'm really trying not to do. I'm trying to be good at this, and it's not working. It's still the early stages. It's still the very early stages, and we have to allow for the ugly phase to exist. And that's a part of drawing and painting, just in general, is every piece that exists on Earth goes through an ugly stage that every artist will tell you. You know, sometimes people want to see your art in progress, in the process of being created, but there is legitimately like the ugly stage that you just don't want anyone to see, because it makes it look like you can't draw, you can't paint. It makes it look like you don't know what you're doing, because everything looks absolute garbage. But you have to push through that feeling. You have to push through that stage, because eventually you'll get it to a point where it looks good and you're happy with it and you're happy to show people. And then people will say, inevitably, almost without fail, oh, I preferred it before. I liked it better when before you did all these extra bits. I liked it in the ugly stage. And then you just want to hit those people. You want to smother them with a pillow in hospital. You want them to suffer and die for saying some shit like that. Oh, I preferred it before. Fuck you! This took me 10 hours. I'll fucking kill you and your family. You don't necessarily always go to those extremes, but you do. The feeling is there. You feel that. That's another thing every artist will tell you. I get it with some of my pieces where I prefer it in the earlier stages, and then I go and ruin it by finishing it. There's so often where that's a thing that happens. You feel like a piece looked better before it was finished, and you know, tough shit. You got to deal with it. But hopefully you're able to know, or at least figure out, like, why you feel that way. What about the piece you prefer in those earlier stages, and then hopefully you're able to carry that through to the next piece and the next piece. Maybe don't put too much detail in this area. Maybe don't put too many outlines on this part or that part when the bulk of it's finished. Try to hold back in certain areas. That's an important thing to learn about making art, just as much as what to do, what lines to make, what rules to obey about perspective and whatever. Just as important it is to know what not to do, and where to not put lines, and where to not focus too much attention or energy. It's all learning about balance. Yeah, it's fucking balance and shit. Or something. I don't know what I'm talking about. What the fuck do I know? Who am I? What do? I sit here and I copy other people's work and try to pass it off as my own. Well, I don't really try to pass it off as my own, but I certainly do copy other people's work. That's for darn sure. That's something to do, isn't it? It's a hobby. Right now, what I'm doing is green. It's very green. I need to add. It needs to be a much more yellowy kind of green, I feel. It was the same sort of thing on Slain. I feel like it's too green, but it needs to be a more yellowish kind of green. So I might need to adapt that a little bit. But we can do that. There's time. There's fucking time. It's all good. There's a few places where it looks like there's almost like black spray adding shadow and stuff. So I think when it comes to the time where I'm adding in outlines and stuff, I'll get the toothbrush and flick black paint at it to create that sort of spray shading effect. Oh god, this guy's head is green as well. Well, parts of it are anyway. This little severed head in the corner here. Green parts, more yellowish skin parts. So many bits, there's so much stuff. That's, like I said, there's one reason I was sort of intimidated by this piece, which was also the case on at least one of the Lobo cover copies I did, where there's a lot of detail, and so there's a lot that can go wrong. There's a lot to take into account, and every detail is a colour that needs to be mixed and highlighted, and shit you've got to take into account and factor into your process. It's all stuff to do. It's a lot. It can be a lot to do, a lot to deal with. And like I say, a lot that can go wrong. And it can be intimidating. And it makes me worry. I think mostly I worry that like it will out me as a fraud. It will show that I don't actually know what I'm doing, that I can't actually paint well. I can just pretend to paint well sometimes. And then when I try and paint something seriously like this, it all goes to shit the moment I have to actually do some shit. But I know I'm good. I have my moments of doubt, or I doubt myself, my skills, whatever. But ultimately, I know what I am. I know what I've got. I know I'm good. I know I'm really fucking good. I've just got to believe in myself a bit more sometimes. More yellow in this green. Maybe I should add like yellow rather than just the yellow ochre that I've been adding. Maybe that will brighten things up a little bit. Maybe it will ruin everything. Ooh, that looks very yellow. don't know. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Mixing colours is hard. Some days I feel like I'm gifted, like genuinely gifted at mixing colours. And some days I feel like I've never seen a colour before in my life. I don't know what I'm doing. And I feel like this is one of the less good days I'm having for mixing colours. Also, the colours in this piece are quite peculiar. There's very few like standard colours. Everything's off skin tone, off green, off orange, yellow. There's very few colours in this piece that are just, you know, standard, or that might be easy to mix. Maybe even a little bit of white in there could help, actually. That's way too fucking bright. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Middle ground, Ewan. Find some of that shit. No. What are we saying? Is that... That's not too bad. I think it does need to be a bit more yellow. That's pretty close. It's very bright though, and I don't know if I've got anywhere near enough to get the whole fucking thing done. Hey, let's see, eh? Let's see how we get on. Composition was another topic of discussion brought up. I feel like that's one of those ones. I noted that down to mention because I feel like it's worth mentioning the fact that it's not worth mentioning. It's like trying to talk about, you know, how best to learn or to deal with composition in a piece. It's like that could take legitimate art lessons to get the hang of. And for myself personally, that's one of those things where I feel like sometimes I kind of manage to happen to get a knack for composition for certain things that I work on, and then sometimes I just absolutely do not. Like certain fight scenes and stuff are really hard to composite. Just a lot of scenes in general can be really hard to figure out where to actually fucking put everything. I think that really is one of those things. It's just like you practice and practice and practice. You make enough images, make enough compositions that eventually you find out what works and what doesn't. Maybe if you've got some art buddies that know their stuff, you can get their opinions and what they think works and what doesn't. But that's like anything, you know, it's like you're not going to get it right away. There's no quick fix for most art stuff. I've had to sort of try to explain that to somebody recently that one of my, I guess I could consider them my students, someone who paid to get my input on some of their work. They were asking about not being able to get the hang of like ballpoint, like cross-hatching and stuff. Like they can copy certain images, certain drawings that already exist and make them look good with ballpoint cross-hatching, but they didn't seem to be able to generate their own drawings in the same way. And I've been trying to sort of explain that I can't really give a quick fix for that. I can't say, oh, you just need to do this and this and it will work and suddenly everything will come together and you'll be able to do it. Like, you have to just keep trying it and working at it until you get it. And hopefully one day, as usually does happen, but you say hopefully at least, hopefully it will just click one day and you'll just get it and you'll realise you've got it. got it, you'll realise you have gotten it, and things will just be working out for you. But that doesn't happen in a vacuum. That doesn't just happen on its own. That happens after hours, days, weeks, months, years of practice. There's still to this day, there's a lot I get wrong and a lot I struggle with in art. Well, not a lot, but some things. Well, one or two. Even when I was looking at that Maximum Force comic, and I mentioned there's one particular pose of a character in there that I might steal because it would work. It's particularly relevant to something I'm currently working on. That's because there's this particular pose in a fight scene that I know what I want. I just cannot seem to draw it. I can't seem to make it work visually. I can't quite get it. And so I'm just going to steal from someone else who's already done it and call it my own. That will be me copying someone else's work and passing it off as my own. But that's, you do it in such a way that people can't tell, and then it's all good and it's fine. Don't even worry about it. Don't even fucking worry about it. This isn't going too badly. I don't hate this. These greens are quite bright. I worry a little bit that, especially when I add in the darker shadows and outlines and stuff, they might appear too bright, but I know that's going to be something for future Ewan to deal with, I suppose. I shan't worry too much about it right this moment. I don't have much more to say. I could just talk about porn parodies some more, but I think I might have worn the subject out a little already, so we won't go down that road anymore at the moment. But I might actually have something up my sleeve for a bit later on, so stay tuned. Make sure you watch every single minute of this goddamn thing. And while you're at it, subscribe to my Patreon at patreon.com/ewan. $1 a month. It gives you access to all the stuff, all the bits and all the pieces. Wow, yeah, boy. There's green down here as well. God damn it. I'll get that in a second. Shit it, fuck it, shit it. Shit the lot of it. I might have really fucked up with this hand. Oh, that's what the... God damn it. Fucking up bits of my own drawing. That's what I'm doing. I drew a line, some lines here. I thought there was something else, so I painted over them. It turns out they're not. Basically, I had some scribbles for his sort of thumb and palm here, and I didn't know exactly what they were on my drawing, so I just painted over them. And now I realise what they were, and so I've got to sort of leave a gap so I can paint them back in later on. Ugh. It's not a science, it's an art. It's not an art, it's a science. I don't know what the correct fucking thing to say there would be. I don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about. It's difficult sometimes. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm trying to say. Sometimes it's difficult. You don't get it right every time. Blob, line. It's important to know when you're doing something like this, it's easy to look at this elbow area and see a bunch of blobs, and so you try and recreate the blobs, and then you sort of pull away and look back at what you've done, and it just looks like a bunch of random blobs. But it's important to know that these aren't just blobs of paint. They all represent muscles and tendons in the arm. They're representational, but they are there for a reason, little creases and bumps and things. So if you're not careful and if you just sit there going blob, 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 when you're finished, you're going to have a bunch of random blobs and you need to sort of try to make them look like they're supposed to be there, which, again, is not always easy to do, but it requires some kind of knowledge. So that's at least something I can say is, I can sit here and copy a painting and go, well, all I'm doing is copying a painting and it's fucking whatever. But the more you know, potentially the better it's going to come out. If you know about like the body and anatomy at least somewhat, then that's going to help copy someone else's artwork or something. And this needs to be quite a bit lighter, but we'll get there in a mo. Well, I haven't painted loads, but we are making progress. Painting this guy's face upside down is a fucking joy. There's something I've had reason to do a few times, is paint something like a head or a body or whatever upside down. And I almost always prefer to turn it and then paint it the right way up and then turn it back around so it appears upside down. Because trying to paint shit upside down it's difficult. It's fucking difficult. Which makes sense, really, doesn't it? Like, yeah, trying to paint shit upside down is difficult. Like, why wouldn't it be? Why would it be easy? That doesn't even make sense. That makes a lick of fucking sense. Well, that's a very good point, Ewan. Very interesting. Very well said. I'm saying that sarcastically because I was dead silent. I was too busy talking to you all as the parasite in your brain. I've gotten a lot more tired since earlier. It's quite late at night as I'm recording this. This is this particular moment. So I'm recording this bit now, late at night, and then I'm calling it quits for the night. And then I'll pick up again in the morning. So you in the next hour and whatever else, you can expect me to be probably more awake, potentially more lively. There'll probably be more light as I'll be recording in the day. For now, you get long past his bedtime, Ewan. Tiredly. I'm just trying to get paint onto this thing. I feel like if I can at least get layers down, they don't even need to be like I'm tempted to really quickly just put in a layer of paint on the horse without really worrying about rendering it or anything, just to have some layers down. And there's no reason I shouldn't do that, just because I typically paint everything that's one colour at a time and then everything else that's a different colour, and then doesn't mean I have to follow that rule here. I can paint whatever the fuck I want. Do what the fuck I want. And that's good one. Wow. I have more topics. I can do more of those. More topics. There was actually quite an interesting question from a certain someone on my Instagram interaction questions and topics thing. Somebody asked, would I rather if I was given a 3-issue arc to do for either Hellboy or Judge Dredd, which would I prefer to do? And that's quite an interesting hypothetical question. It borders on the sort of thing I hate thinking about, because it's close to like the sort of question of like, what would you do if you won the lottery? And I hate thinking about that shit, because it's like, I think about, oh, what would I do? I do all these cool things, and then I stop thinking about it and realise, oh, I'm in my poor person's home, and I do not have anywhere near that kind of money, and I cannot do a single one of those really cool things, and I'm never going to win the lottery, and now I'm just sad and poor, and I wish I never bothered thinking about what would I do if I won the lottery. And so the question of, if I was given a 3-issue arc of either Dredd or Hellboy to do, which would I prefer, is close to that kind of question of like, I don't want to think about it, because why would that ever happen? I'll think about it, think about how cool it would be, and then it will never happen, and I'll be sad about that. And I mean, I could do my own. I could make my own 3-issue arc of Dredd and Hellboy if I want. I did a comic about Baboon that works in a library. Why can't I do my own Hellboy or Dredd comic? And then send it to the people and be like, look, I can draw your comics. Fuck, pay me to do this shit. Or don't, and then I'll just carry on doing it on my own, I suppose. But I do have an answer. It's not necessarily a good answer, but I have an answer to this person's question. There's not a particular reason I'm not naming people who have asked these questions. There's no reason I shouldn't say the person's name that asked these questions. I just don't want to. They know. The people who asked, they know. If you know, you know. And if they know, then I know. And if I know, then we know. Because we are all one. Because we're all made from stardust. We are all one and the same. We come from the same thing. We are essentially the same being. We are the universe experiencing itself at various vibrational stages. Or something. Or some bullshit, I don't know. Fucking believe what you want, I suppose. This is looking nice, isn't it? These greens. Bright, nice greens and shit. So my answer to the Hellboy Dredd question is this. I think my go-to... See, I have positives and negatives for both of them. See, I think Dredd would be cool, because there's quite a lot I could do with Dredd. And that's about it. Wait, I did have a better answer. Wait. I think Dredd would be more fun to draw a whole comic, like a 3-issue comic of Dredd. I think that would be more fun to actually, like during the drawing process, would be more fun to do Dredd for 3 or however many issues. But I think, in a way, similar to this painting, then it might get to a point where there's just too much. Like I complain about almost every time I draw or paint Judge Dredd. It's just, his costume is just too much stuff. It feels so unnecessary for his design to be that way. There's just so many just details and bits and chains and things. So if I had to draw Dredd for one entire issue, let alone 3, I'd probably get so pissed off with just how much fucking stuff there was to draw. Like, good on the people who do it currently, who do, make their money drawing Judge Dredd comics. Good for them. Hooray. Bloody lucky them, I suppose. But there's so much to draw. And it's, it's in Mega City, so there's that to take into account. All of that stuff, the Mega City, all the buildings, windows. Drawing fucking windows is so sickening. I despise drawing windows on buildings. Thank God I gave up my dream of ever actually drawing a Spider-Man comic, because, can we have Spider-Man but it's set in fucking the Australian outback like Tank Girl, or in a snowy wasteland like Gun Viking, where there's nary a window to be seen. So while Dread would be fun, I think the downfall would be that aspect. And in Hellboy, I mean, because Hellboy comics take place all over the place, but like, especially Mignola's Hellboy comics, they can be quite sparse, and you can play more with like composition and atmosphere rather than detail and stuff. And the creatures could be fun to draw and design and draw if you're doing it that way around instead. There could be a lot of fun to be had with a Hellboy comic, but honestly, I don't think, at least at this stage, I could do Hellboy justice. I'm sure I could give it a go at doing like a Hellboy comic, but I really don't feel like I could do it justice. I don't know if I feel up to the task of taking on, Master Mignola's Hellboy. Judge Dredd, though, I easily do Judge Dredd. It's a piece of piss. Who gives a shit about Dredd? But that was my legitimate thoughts about that question of like, I think there's positive and negative sort of thoughts I have about both, which ultimately doesn't answer the question, because the question was like, which would I prefer, in essence, I guess, and ultimately I didn't answer that, and I won't. I refuse. No, I don't really refuse. I think also, actually, I've just thought of this right now, because I was just thinking, I could do Dread, and I'd do it like the heavy metal Dread, the Simon Bisley heavy metal Dreads, where it's like less labour intensive, more short and sharp, punchy, like bold graphic Dread comics, rather than the deep detailed kind of Dread comics. But then, of course, the issue there that I just thought of just now would be my comics would look just like Simon Bisley Dread comics, which may not be great. I'm sure critics would have something to say about the fact that he's clearly just aping Simon Bisley. Why did you give this guy a job drawing Judge Dredd comics when he clearly is just trying to be Simon Bisley? And I'd say to them, you are absolutely correct. I have zero originality. I learned by copying, like I'm doing right this moment. Copying Bisley is how I learned to do shit. So now, because of that, it's all I know how to do. So everything I do now looks like Simon Bisley's work. Which is actually a bit of a legitimate concern. Like, on the one hand, I think, if I can get my portfolio in front of people at 2000 AD, on the one hand, they might think, hey, he does shit similar to Bisley, so it's like Bisley but cheaper, and we don't have to pay as much for work similar to Simon Bisley's. But on the other hand, it would be like, well, we've already got Simon Bisley. Why would we need somebody like him but not as good? What would be the point in that? So that would be my concern there. Not that anyone asked about that, but, well, I kind of did. Kind of, a little bit, somewhat. God, those greens are looking all right, aren't they, eh? Nice and bright. Bright green. The horse. I really want to get some paint on this goddamn horse. And Slane's legs. Oh, god damn it. This is going to take so much longer than 5 hours to finish. Why did I do this? I thought it would be fun. I thought it would just be a laugh. So, hey, cool. Let's just work on one painting for the entirety of this episode. We'll finish a whole painting. That's what I thought in my head. I thought it's cool. I'll start and then finish a painting in this extended episode of the podcast. And it just... This whole bottom bit, see, it's all covered up by like the letters and barcode and stuff. So I'm just going to paint like vague colours and shapes in here. I'll give them a couple of little highlights and things like this. But I'm not going to do anything too detailed with this bit ultimately. But like I say, I'm just going to get some colour in here for now, whilst I am here for now. This is that first Simon Bisley comic that I mentioned previously that I had, well, it's not the first Bisley comic, but it's the one I had mentioned previously about the, well, not about, but it's the one that I printed it off. Somebody sent me pictures of it on Instagram saying, hey, did you see this shit? And they sent me pictures. I looked online for higher res images of this, but couldn't find them anywhere. I could actually find lower res images. And my Google foo is generally pretty fucking good. I know how to search for shit. Generally pretty tight with being able to find fucking shit. But I couldn't find decent digital copies of this anywhere. Fuck knows where the other person got them from. Maybe my search skills aren't that good. Maybe I'm just talking a load of horse shit. Horse shit? Speaking of horses, who almost certainly do shit. So I have looked at this before. Obviously, that's why I printed it off in the first place. But it makes sense to... This isn't strictly a Simon Bisley episode, but it's basically a Simon Bisley episode, isn't it? Once Upon a Time in the West. This one I did actually read because it's short. There's not many words in it. And it's quite... between you and me. It's actually quite funny. One thing I do like, which is sort of a good thing to take note of, is the colour. Because it's obviously all, sandy, desert, oranges and such. There's some blues and greens, but they're toned down and they fit within the colour theme of the piece at large. But it's interesting to see, but also important to know that, like, this is all hand painted. It's not like it was painted and then the colours were fucked with the levels and saturation on Photoshop. It didn't have a filter put over it. It wasn't produced by AI. But it was painted with the colours in mind to make it all look, which isn't, it's not a particularly difficult thing to do, but it does take an extra level of like care and attention when mixing colours and such. I did some of that in Gun Viking, where he went into a red rage, and I painted those pages red. I put a bit of red into every colour I was using, and I made sure the skin looked red, the snow looked red-ish. Like everything was red, but it was still different colours, but it had sort of a red undertone to it. I could show you an example of that, but I'm not going to. But this is fucking cool. I love how it's drawn. I love how it's painted. I love that it's painted. It's a short eight page, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 page story, all painted, which is really, really cool to see. And it's, it's Simon Bisley, but cowboys, which is cool because you don't see a lot of you see Western motifs in Bisley's work, but not a lot of Western sort of art. And I mean, straight away, it's like the Western Clint Eastwood eyes, even the establishing shot of the town, the skull, the animal skull on the cactus, and there's cactuses and shit around. Gun. I like that as well, that it's futuristic Western, because that is not a gun they would have in the Old West. But give it to him. Fuck it. I love the design, all the textures and the creases in his clothing and stuff. The horse, the muscles and shit in the horse. The way it's all painted. It's just about visible enough, being not incredibly high quality images. And the guy goes into town. I like all of it. I assume here would be like the title and written by and art by and whatever. But yeah, it's Western tropes and almost cliches. The silhouetted figures, the mysterious stranger riding into town on horseback, those buildings, the way they're painted with the oranges, they look so like sun-scorched, like you can barely make them out because of how strong the sunlight is in your eyes. There's a really, really effective painting. I wonder if he had to practice to like get that effect, or if it's something he just sort of picked up along the way in his course of doing his art, or if it's something he looked up reference for. Either way, it's really cool. It's very, really cool. I love the detail, the level of detail in these pieces. Just all the bumps and nooks and crannies and wrinkles and little dents and dings and stitches, and it's really, really cool. Really well realised. Like the colours as well. There's greys and blues, but also like brown and orange splotches and stuff. So it looks dirty. His coat or poncho or whatever is same with his hat. Like it's not just, he hasn't just put the colour on there and neatly painted and neatly highlighted each layer. It really looks like worn and rough. Textured. And that's something you can imitate with digital colour to a degree, but being handmade, hand-drawn, hand-painted, it really does give it a quality that you just can't properly replicate digitally. You can sort of kind of get it. Crotch. Slam. That's an interesting choice of sound effect, because like a blam would be the obvious choice for a gunshot. Slam feels more like almost a clap, like the sound of wood, someone smacking into a bit of wood. Slam, or like a punch maybe. But it's a futuristic Western or something. I don't know what his gun is, so maybe it makes slam sound effects. I love how square he is. Just a block of a man firing his gun. That's a I guess you could consider it a Bisley trope of the forward-facing gun being fired. There's like many Terminator, FAC 2, almost certainly Dread. Probably not Slain. There's not many guns in Slain. The silhouettes here. There's a good variation of different shots. Because you've got the guys here being shot, like the close-up of these two fellas being shot. And it would, as an artist, you might feel like, oh, I've got to draw and paint and render these characters getting shot. But having them in silhouette makes it somewhat more cinematic. And makes it a lot fucking easier to paint as well, which is good. There's no like big blood splats or anything, which I kind of like. I assume this was in, I don't know if it was a 2000 AD comic or if it was in something separate, but I assume it was like, had to be toned down at least a little bit. Otherwise we can assume Simon Bisley would just put blood everywhere. Not necessarily, but possibly. But I kind of like that it's a bit more tame. It feels, because like the old Westerns weren't really crazy gory or anything. So yeah, I don't mind that. I quite like it. I like the poses and everything. This one, like, obviously shot, I guess, in the chest or stomach, so he's like folded over forward. This one possibly shot in the head, so he's lurching backwards. That's good variation of pose. So they're not just both going like puh puh. You've got one going kuh and the other one going death. Because he goes, well, what's your business here? Death. Death is my business here. Fantastic shot. I love a good vertical shot when they're done well. Sometimes, I don't know if I can think of any examples where they've been done badly necessarily. Typically, if somebody's going to use a vertical shot like that, they are used pretty effectively, pretty well. But that's a fantastic one. You can imagine that being in a film or like just an animated segment or something of just the horse bucking and his cloak with a whoosh sound effect as his cloak goes like woof behind him. Oh, that gun, that fucking gun. So ridiculous. But I love it. And of course, what that panel does is then give way to these small, almost storyboard type panels, just showing segments of this part of the story where he throws a grenade into the saloon and it blows up. And then this guy comes out, you murdering maniac, I'll... And then the horse kicks him. I'll... You what, asshole? Bang, bang, bang. There's also colours. It looks like they are wet washes, either wet acrylic or inks or watercolour or something. Red, blue, green, yellow. It's like dark red splats and stuff. Which again is an interesting choice. It just shows an extra little bit of like effort gone into it. Because you could have just done like sand colour to be dust coming up from the ground. But to put in all these other little colours just to like gives it a bit more atmosphere. It's very interesting. Another vertical panel. Really good use of that one. And it's all of this, every panel of this is undeniably Simon Bisley. And I think that's true of most like standout artists, is they are standout artists because their work stands out. You can like look at even the smallest drawing, the smallest piece by them, the smallest panel in a comic they've made, and you can just know, oh, that's by this person. And there's every millimetre of this is like undeniably Simon Bisley. Like the face, the hands, the pose, the colours, the line work, the texture. Phenomenal work. The whole town will go up. Form a chain, get those buckets moving. Oh no, he blasted the water tower and it collapsed onto all of them. Crash. That's a heck of a thing to try and draw as well. Like, think about it now. Sit down right now and try to draw a water tower collapsing and water going everywhere. And this is hardly even close to being like photorealistic or anything, or even vaguely realistic. But he's done it enough justice where you buy it, that's a water tower, it's blown open and water's coming out. And the water is almost just like a blue blob. It could be like fucking jelly or something. But you just accept it and it works for what it is. And I love that the shadow under the water tower isn't just like black. There's very few like just black shadows in this, which I do like. For all of my saying in like the previous comic I was looking at, the Maximum Force one, the use of shadows, heavy black shadows in that is cool and it's stylistic and it works for the comic. I like in this one that there are very few. If nothing else, it's like, you know, a sun-drenched desert out in the Old West or whatever. And so there's like light everywhere, sunlight reflecting off of shit. So the shadow under that not being super dark sort of makes sense. It feels appropriate to the setting and what not. But of course shadows where appropriate, like covering the guy's face and whatnot. The colours, all the colours that on that page looks so good. Such like They're vibrant and they mix well. The browns and oranges, and then like the blue and orange, with the contrast. That's a fairly typical, like known, good contrasting pair of colours. Look up blue and orange movie, like DVD covers or posters or whatever. There's a billion of them. But I like this because it doesn't feel... I mean, it's going to sound silly. It doesn't feel photoshopped. It doesn't feel like it's been made in the same way those movie posters get made with blue and orange lighting. It's like there's blue texture and there's orange meat, and it feels physical. It's fucking great. Just blasting people apart. Oh, well, there's your gore, I guess. For all of my talk of, it's cool that he like held back and he didn't show like loads of gore or whatever. Also, that face is really good. It is like Bisley doing Clint Eastwood, which is cool. Again, the lighting is great. It does look like maybe he sprayed like an orange paint over a lot of it or something, or he just mixed the colours really well, because I think there's washes covering some of the black ink that he would have put down first. The lighting on the hat is really good there as well. It really looks the shape it should. But then you've got your gore here, bones and holes in his head. That guy's head gone into a red mist. So I guess he didn't have to hold back too much. That's cool. This looks like, as is often the case with Bisley comics, the first few pages are like really, really detailed. Like almost ridiculously so. And then it is very visible, like the level of rendering and detail and texture in the first couple of pages to the last couple of pages, where he obviously realised he's got to get the thing done. So less layers, less rendering, thicker paint strokes, just get the thing done so it's finished and out of the way. But still, obviously Bisley's work, still really, really cool and fun to look at. Almost fun to look at because of that fact, because it doesn't have the same level of sort of shading and rendering and whatever else throughout. There's different elements to the way it's made, not just how it looks. So the story is, if you weren't aware, guy shows up into town. What's your business here, stranger? Death. My business is death. Blows people away. Blows more people away. Shoots the water tower down. Blows more people away. Then he's like, the Undertaker, where? Undertaker? Sure, he was up to his scrawny... he was in it up to his scrawny neck. Now where is he? We ain't got an Undertaker. Honest, mister, I swear. We used the guy over in Shooter's Creek. You mean this ain't Shooter's Creek? No, that's over the ridge. This is Welcome. So you ain't the ones that's lynched my brother? Mister, we ain't lynched a soul in 20 years. Shit. Sorry. The end. So he came into town looking for, I guess, the Undertaker that lynched his brother. He was ready and willing, and then did murder basically an entire town to find the guy who lynched his brother, only to realise he was in the wrong town and the guy who lynched his brother is not here. And then he says, shit, sorry, and then sheepishly rides out of town. The end. And again, this feels like it's very, very quickly painted. These bits here, I don't know how clear it will be, but this you can clearly see, like what I stole from Bisley, was the dark red underpainting with the line work of the drawings that he's just painted around. So now the underpainting makes the silhouette of like that body, the table, this guy's head, the building. And then it's the painting around all of that which creates the actual shape of the body. Very similar with the lettering and that silhouette, which is a very good way to like quickly get shit done. I like the textures here. It almost looks like he's actually put plaster onto the page and then peeled it off. I'm sure he hasn't. I'm sure it's all just paint. But the texture is really, really effective. It looks like old plaster buildings or something. Yeah, just a really, really fun comic. Fun. The story's silly, but it's fun in how it's told with just, unnecessary violence. But like, the story is the unnecessary violence. That's the whole point. And the fact that it's a comic that has a load of unnecessary violence in it is cool and funny. And it plays well to Simon Bisley's strengths. But yeah, the difference in like the early pages to the late pages is really, really funny. Also, one thing I did want to note is I assume Bisley did at least some research, because a really good thing is the lettering, all hand done, assumedly by Bisley, since you can see it's part of the artwork. It's sort of under and inside the paint. Like here, it looks like, that Old West kind of font, even for this sound effect of like he put the effort into he didn't, like here where he used obviously a Tip X pen just to write clonk, and then he outlined it with a fine liner. But then there are places like here where he's putting the I forget the names of like the little bits that you put on top of a serif. Is it a serif? The bits on the tops and bottoms of letters. Like, it looks like an Old West font, and that's just another extra detail. Same with the slam here. Just those little bits of the text here. It feels Old West. It fits the vibe of the thing. And the vibe of the thing, that's the thing, innit? The vibe is the thing. I wanted to get all this blue. Little boy blue. He needed the money. Oh! Because it's the sort of thing that I feel like I've been going really slow. But then I think, like a painting this size, if I was painting anything this size with this level of like detail, etc., it's going to take me probably 6 to 8 hours to do. So for me to think I can do this in 5.5 hours while also looking at comics and stuff, maybe that's silly of me. I'm not saying I can't do it. I'm just saying it might be a silly fucking idea is all. But so the parts of it I have done, they feel really disparate. Like they're just bits and pieces here and there, and it didn't feel like I looked at it after getting like the horse done, and I was like, okay, I'm happy with where it's going. It just feels like it's made up of bits and pieces. It doesn't feel like a cohesive thing at the moment. And I think getting this blue in is going to help make it feel like one image. You can see already it's like it is tying it together. So now I just need to complete that. There'll be a little bit of like, there's a couple of different layers of lighter blues here and there on the original, so I will add in some of that, but for the most part I just want to get this fucking blue in here. Then I think usually when I do a painting, one of the sort of last steps, almost the third or second to last step, depending on what's left to do, is usually the outlines and the shadows and stuff. But I think once I've got this blue in, once this blue is in, once I've got it in, once I've got this blue in, once I'm done blowing people for fun and entertainment, for when I think I want to do the outlines and shadow on Slain, because I think that will give me like an anchor once, because that will make Slane feel like he's almost finished. I'll still have plenty to do. I've got to do his belt and the straps and, you know, the details in his face and stuff. But I think if I get the shadows done on him, because there's quite a lot of shadows to do. You know, there's some pretty heavy shadowing all over and his hair and stuff. I won't do too much around his belt because that will get painted separately when I do all the metals, because I'll do like one pass of doing all the metal work because it's all like bluish grey, some turquoise and stuff. But I think I'd like to get the outlines and shadows done on Slane, and that will feel like, I think at that point I'll feel like, yeah, okay, this is good, I'm happy with this, I like where it's at, I like where it's going, and I'll be thrilled to continue in that vein. Which does happen from time to time in some paintings that I do. Some of them can be quite formulaic. I've said before how sometimes it can feel like I'm just sort of painting by numbers. Like once the drawing's done, I've just got to fill in where the colour goes with paint. And it can be quite just sort of technical. Just this colour here, highlight it 2 or 3 times. The next colour, highlight it, etc. Do the outlines, the shadows, the final little highlights, and then we're done. And it's like once I apply that formula to the drawing, then it's sort of whatever. But sometimes it can be useful to break that formula and to do like, to almost finish one part of the painting and then move on to another part of the painting, because it can help make you feel like you're making progress. Because sometimes, especially in a painting this size, which isn't huge, but for me it's quite big, I typically paint fairly small. So on a painting this size, it can feel like you're almost getting a bit lost and a bit directionless with how much there is to do. So if you can like finish this bit and then finish that bit and then finish that bit, it can, you know, make it into bite-sized chunks, more manageable fucking whatever, you know. It's the same with any work of any kind, really, isn't it? Sometimes you don't want to write an entire book in one go. You work on a chapter here, a chapter there. You don't have to work on a book, a script or whatever from start to finish. You can work on like the last chapter and then edit it where necessary, if necessary, by the end. You do what you feel you can do and what you feel you need to do to get the job done. Which I do with comics as well. Very, very often, if I'm doing like a full comic with pages and shit, it's very, very typical that I will do pages out of order. Because some pages are just more fun to do. Some pages you just want to, or some pages are maybe less fun, so you just want to get them out of the way. So you do one of them sooner or some of them sooner, just so that's done. Then you know you can move on to the fun stuff, if it's action scenes or whatever. So that's probably the case for a lot of comic book artists. I don't know. I don't talk to anyone. I don't do anything ever. But it would make sense, wouldn't it? But then for some people, it might be the case that they benefit from, you know, working on each page in order, one after the other, until it's done. And sometimes for some projects that works better for me. It all depends. It fucking depends. It all depends on dependent. Depends. It all depends. It all fucking bloody depends, doesn't it? Some little highlights and shit. I put a few up here also. Just sort of coming in from here. Just a little bit of texture, a little bit of differentiation in tone and marks. So it's not all one solid blue. Sometimes having one solid colour works. But in this instance, I'm copying an existing piece and there are different tones at play in that. So I will endeavour to keep to that, at least somewhat. Of course, here's the 2000 AD logo. I was tempted to paint in, like, the logo and the titles and stuff. But then I thought, no, I won't do that. And that's the extent of that incredibly interesting tidbit of information that you are no doubt happy to now know. Stuff. That's a tip as well. Texture. Just literally do that. It's random bits of colour. I know those bits of colour aren't in the actual thing, but it's my painting. I'll do what the fuck I want. If I want to add in random little bits of colour and texture and shit, I bloody well will. You fucking bastard. Do you want to see the one of possibly the most dickish, wanky, pretentious thing I have ever not said, but like come up with? It's a short phrase I came up with very recently, which I should maybe be embarrassed about, but I'm not. Because as I've said, I'm a perpetual art student, and that comes with a great deal of pretentiousness. You just are going to be pretentious, just in general, about a lot of things. It's almost unavoidable, and sometimes you just got to embrace that fact. So this is okay. This might already be a thing. I might have stolen this from somewhere without realising it. But to the best of my knowledge, I came up with this. I probably didn't. But it's this. I'm not an artist. I'm what art is. Even the semicolon is pretentious. You don't need a semicolon there. But I throw one in anyway because I use them and I know how to use them. And I use them. And I use them. So that's, like I say, possibly the wankiest, most pretentious thing I've ever come out with. It's very much along the lines of like, I'm not a businessman, I'm a business man. Just fucking ugh. Just shut up. The kind of thing that, like, if you're having a conversation with somebody and they say something like that, you just stare at them, turn around and walk away without another word. Just, oh, this is Ewan. He's an artist. Actually, I'm not an artist. I'm what art is. And then suddenly I'm standing alone with a half-empty orange juice in my hand and nobody wants to talk to me. I've been called pretentious before, and I've been told that, like, I am pretentious, but in a way that sort of works for me, in a way that's, I guess, tolerable. Maybe the person that said that was just being polite. But I know I am. I know, at least at the very least, I have that level of self-awareness where I know I can be really painfully fucking pretentious sometimes, if not a lot of the time. And I won't apologise for it. Because it's part of what makes me who I am, innit? It's part of my character, it's part of my vibe, it's just sort of, it's just what I do, it's just, it's, you know, it's just a bit of fun, it's just a laugh. It's a bunch of bullshit is what it is. I need to fucking shut up. Get a real job, Ewan. Stop fucking thinking you're clever for coming up with shit like, I'm not an artist, I'm what art is. You fucking bellend. Why don't you shut up? I'm not an artist, I'm what art is. Fuck off. I think if I heard somebody say that, my gut reaction would be, fuck off. Just fucking off with that shit. Not an artist, I'm what art is. Are you what art is? Do you exemplify all of art in your being, in what you do and who you are and how you live your life? Are you what art is? the meaning of art? Should students be forced to read books about you and write papers about you because you are what art is? You're what it's all about. Fucking dickhead to not just come up with that phrase, but to write it down and put it out there and pretend I'm the one who came up with it, which to the best of my knowledge I am the one who came up. I don't know, it could have just been in my head from somewhere else. I heard it somewhere and then I randomly thought about it one night and thought I came up with it. If I have stolen it from somewhere, if there was another person that came up with that, they should be happy for me to claim it as my own. They should be happy for me to steal the credit for that. They should be like, oh yes, thankfully, finally, someone to take it off my hands to stop people from thinking I'm the one who came up with that absolute shit. Absolute fucking horse shit of a phrase. What art is. Shut up. Fucking shut up. Idiot. So that's what I've been doing in my spare time. That's what people ask me. How can I, what do I do? How do I, focus my time? How do I manage my time to really properly become an artist? Well, you've got to be a philosopher. You've got to be able to sit down and take the time to come up with shit like that about being what art is. Like a fucking knob hole. I'm so embarrassed for myself for not just for coming up with that, but then for sharing it as well. I actually actively shared it with you all as if it was something worth fucking talking about. Oy. Oy, oy, oy. This bit could be quite time consuming. I don't know if I took that into account when I started doing it. That this bit in particular could take a little while to do. I think I'm learning that fact right this moment. Not regretting it, but realising that this could take a bit. We have more topics. I could discuss more topics. Oh, the same person who asked about if I'd rather do a short Dread story or a short Hellboy story in comic book terms. Also asked very, very light with the words, but they asked ballpoint or acrylic. Now, I don't know the specifics of what they meant. I can assume they meant which do I prefer to use, because I'm somewhat known, I guess, for both, for my ballpoint drawings, but also for my acrylic paintings. And so maybe this person wanted to know if I have a preference of either of those, if there's a particular thing I prefer to work with over the other. And I do have an answer to that. If that was the question, if that was what they meant by asking that, I have an answer to that. If that's not what they meant, then fucking tough shit. Be clearer with your questions. Ask them better. Yeah. Put some fucking effort in. I'm putting the effort in. Sitting here doing all this shit for hours and hours on end. For you, for your entertainment. The parasite in your brain just wants to entertain you. The least you can do is put some fucking effort into your questions, you bunch of misused dildos. I don't know what that means. How would you categorise a dildo as misused? Would you stick it up your nose? That's not where it's supposed to go. What are you doing? I mean, it's not to say you can't, you shouldn't put a dildo up your nose. I mean, if you want to, if that's what you're into, go ahead. It's just, they are designed for certain holes. Doesn't mean they have to be used for those holes, but you kind of expect. That's why people end up in hospital with things jammed in places they maybe ought not be. Anyway, so my answer to the question, which I know you're all dying to hear, is it as pretentious as the shit you just said, Ewan? Well, maybe. Strap in. Could be in for a wild ride on this one. No, it's not. I think in general, like if I was like if put it this way, if I had a choice, if I could only work from now on, if I could only work in acrylic paint or ballpoint pen, I would probably lean towards ballpoint pen because it's easier to use, for one thing. I can be very versatile with it. I can do fun, silly little doodles with it. I can also, take my time to do more sort of rendered, finished pieces with ballpoint pen. I can do goofy stuff. I can do serious stuff. I can do all manner of fucking whatever with ballpoint pen. Not that I can't do that with acrylic, but with ballpoint pen, it's something I'm more used to. A little bit at least, and I think no, I don't think at all. I pause because I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I think in general ballpoint pen feels more natural to me in terms of a medium to use for creating artwork, whereas ballpoint pen feels like, left to my own devices, the artwork I make is ballpoint pen artwork. I'm sick of saying ballpoint pen. We call them biros over here. I call them ballpoint pen because I know I have a foreign audience, so I try to be nice and include them in what I'm doing. We call them biros over here, so fucking get involved. Get smart with it and know what the fuck I'm talking about when I say biro. With biro art, it feels like that would be my sort of natural inclination to make art with biro. Whereas acrylic is sort of, right from the start, when I started sort of learning to paint, was, hey, that thing's cool, let me try that. Like, it wasn't something I was naturally automatically inclined to do. It's not something that was taught to me. It's something I looked at, decided I liked, and thought I'd give it a go. And that's how acrylic paintings happened. Whereas the biros were always just there, and I always used them. So it was never a question of, should I use this, should I use that? It was just, I'm gonna use biro because it's just what I do. So it's not that I prefer one or the other, but I feel more naturally inclined toward the use of biro, aka ballpoint pen. If that answers your question, if that's what your question in fact was. You weirdly vague question, you bastard. That was a weird fucking stutter on that, wasn't it? Bastard. This is going a lot slower than I had planned initially. I just want to get slaying done. Let me just fucking do my slaying. Let me just do my bit of slaying, get my slaying done, and then we can move on to the next bit. What's the next bit? I said what the next bit is, didn't I? Metals. I'm going to get this slaying bits done. Then we're doing metals. Then probably like bones and eyes and shit. And then we'll very nearly be done. Then it will just be pretty much the rest of like the outlines and shit across the whole piece. Final highlights and things. No guarantee I'll get it done within the 5 hours or however long this is going to be. What I'll probably do, I think this is the plan all along, is I'll just sort of keep recording until I'm done. But then when it comes to editing the video, once the video gets to like 5.5 hours, I'll cut to me having finished the piece, talk about it for 3 minutes, get the video up to 333 minutes, and then call it done. That's acceptable, isn't it? Like, yeah, it would be nice if I could time it just right so I finish the piece exactly at the right time of 333 minutes, including looking at comics and such, you know, for variation. Because if it was, well, I mean, mate, I was going to say if it was me literally just painting for 5.5 hours, people would probably get incredibly bored of that. But then maybe they wouldn't. I don't know. Maybe that would be worth trying sometime. An actual full length. But people would also have to be okay with me not talking for large portions of that. Because, you know, with breaks here and there to talk about comics, I think I can just about manage, like, keeping talking through the whole thing. But if it was 5.5 hours, for instance, of just painting, I don't know if I could keep up the conversation for the entirety of that. But again, it could be worth experimenting. Well, I don't know about worth experimenting. I could experiment with it. Whether it would have any value whatsoever is arguable, shall we say. Yeah. These bits, like where it gets to his hair, it's like I want to try to replicate it. Like, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4 strands of hair. But I know that's not how Bisley would have painted it, and I know it'll be much easier if I just go hair. Just draw the hair so it looks vaguely like it does in the original. It doesn't need to be an exact replica. Excuses, excuses, excuses. Hey, come and check out my podcast where I make excuses for all of my failings. Well, no, not all of them. We're not getting into all my failings. Some of them have come up recently, and yeah, I don't want to. I do not want to get into that. Into where I fail as a person, as an artist, as an independent creator. There are certain places where I'm just not doing what I maybe should be doing, or I am making mistakes, and it's affecting my life, basically. But you know, like I just said, I'm not going to get into that. That's none of your futting business. You need me to fut alone to deal with my futting problems, my futting self. Cunt. This is another one of those parts where it's like, again on the original piece, it looks like a bunch of random blobs of paint if you just look at it. But you have to be aware that each of those blobs of paint represents a muscle, a bit of skin, a bit of the body. They're almost all relevant to the thing. So you can't really be too flippant about where you're putting your marks down, because they all mean something. They all come from somewhere. They're all going somewhere. Everything has meaning. Annoyingly, I wish it didn't. I mean, actually, in life, nothing has meaning. We're all, you know, lost at sea, basically. But you know, do some painting while you're lost at sea. Why not? If you're lost at sea, why not just fucking do some painting? Pick up the acrylics and have a go. See if you can copy someone else's. Am I any better than AI? trying to just copy someone else's work that already exists. No, I'm an artist. I make art. Oh, what do you do? Oh, well, I copied this guy's artwork again a bunch of times, really. And that's my latest video. Is I'm just copying someone else's work. What, like AI? You bitch. Yeah, pretty much. It's basically me, what I am, what I do. Just a bitch that copies other people. I don't know if I mentioned, I know I was talking to someone about it recently. I don't know if I mentioned it here or not. I think I'm sort of, without really thinking about it, but thinking about it a little bit, I think I'm kind of building up towards doing a Frazetta copy at some point. I'd really like to do a copy of a Frazetta piece. I don't have a piece in mind, but it would just be a cool, fun sort of thing to do, to try. To copy a Frazetta piece. Because I feel like Simon Bisley's work is almost like a little bit easier to copy because you can see all the brushstrokes. You can see how he makes his images in the image. You can see where the paint's going. You know, he paints quickly. He uses harsh lines and big blobs of paint to achieve, for good results. Whereas Frazetta has that in places to some degree, but he sort of paints with quite a bit more finesse than Simon Bisley. Things are blended a lot better. The anatomy is a lot more realistic. So when it comes to bits like this, you can't just fuck around and paint a load of blobs. Like if you're doing a Frazetta piece, you have to actually paint actual proper real life anatomy and make it look as believable as possible. And so that's why I think I don't feel like I'm in a position at the moment to, or like I don't feel ready to just try to emulate, the great Frank Frazetta. But I'd like to give it a go at some point. I feel like I could make a good go of it at some point. Sometime, somewhen. Maybe. I'm sure I could balls it up and regret the entire thing, but maybe for episode 444, eh? I was sort of half joking, but also largely not joking around with someone about how I should have done the episode 3 minutes and 33 seconds instead of 333 minutes. Because then it's 333, and it's a lot easier. Just a super short podcast episode to celebrate. And that's the celebration, is that I have to do less shit for it. It's a few minutes, get some shit done. But I thought like I could do that for a later episode. I could do that maybe for like episode 400 or 444 or whatever. Like do a 4-minute episode for episode 400. But then I wondered, like, what do I just sit there for 4 minutes and just say some shit and draw a penis or something, or like do I really try and do something? But then that could be the thing, is me trying to like really do something, see what I can get done in 4 minutes. And of course, because I'm the way I am, I have some kind of inclination to do that, but to have the actual episode be 4 minutes long, but then after that 4 minutes just have nothing for several hours in the video, just hours of just silence and blackness in the video with literally nothing happening, and then it just ends. So you click on the video thinking it's 3-4 hours long, whatever, or 4 hours if it's 400th episode, and then there's 4 minutes of stuff, whatever, and then it just ends and you're left like, wait, what? And you'll click through, you'll be like, oh, maybe he's doing a bit, and you'll click through and be like, oh, he probably, like, at the end he'll be like, haha, got you, or something. Nope, none of that. It just ends. And everyone would find it really funny. They'd be really entertained by it, and they'd think I'm really fun and funny for doing it. They wouldn't hate me for it at all. They wouldn't resent the fact that I put that out there for them to watch. I'm sure they'd all get the joke, they'd all find it funny. Probably they wouldn't, that's the thing. I don't know. I think I do need to do quite a bit of the spray with like the get a toothbrush and flick a load of paint everywhere, because I feel like the colours are too blocky the way I've painted them, and I think I do need the added mist and texture of the spattered paint, and maybe my version is missing just the extra bit of texture that Bisley's original has that mine doesn't seem to quite be reaching. But we can do that. There's time for that. Maybe. Maybe there isn't. Yeah, there are certain areas that feel like, yeah, they're just too, like I say, too blocky. The lines are too harsh together or whatever. I can do some of this. I can do stuff to sort of push some of the shapes back into the shadows a bit, but I don't know, that only goes so far, really, doesn't it? As always with these longer form videos, you do have to allow for a couple of moments of me just working, just paying attention to what I'm doing. Not babbling, not trying to fill the air with noise, just get some shit done for a moment. And then we'll get back to all of the mess and the nonsense and fucking whatever. Imagine that! 4 minute episode. What am I going to do in 4 minutes? Can't do anything in 4 minutes, that's silly. I did think, actually, one idea could be, as a for instance, I could spend maybe a week or a few days seeing what I can do in 4 minutes, art-wise, what I can paint, what I can draw. Maybe even, like, just stuff, exercising, basketball, how many hoops can I shoot in 4 minutes? And then the episode can basically be an edited compilation of me seeing what I can do in 4 minutes. And then ultimately end with nothing concrete. just a bunch of clips of me trying things for 4 minutes, and then that's it. It was just an idea. I'm not saying it's a good idea. I'm not saying I'd go with it. I'd actually do that. I'm just saying. That's what you have to do as an artist, as an art student forever and ever. You've got to just, you need ideas. You just constantly come up with ideas. That's where conceptual art comes from. It's ideas. It's all about fucking ideas. Like a well-drawn drawing is cool. And a well-drawn drawing without a solid idea behind it can be good. I'm not saying if you don't have a good idea, then your artwork's shit. Because a good drawing is a good drawing is a good drawing, and it can still be good without necessarily having a great grand idea behind it. But if you have good drawings with good ideas behind them, they're only going to be that much better for it. So you've got to... And I'm not saying I have loads of good ideas and all of my drawings have really... I'm just saying you've got to at least try. You've got to allow for shit to happen. You've got to try shit yourself. Allow yourself to try shit. There's allowing weirdness, allowing, pretentious, dickish, conceptual art, performance art, contemporary art. You've got to allow for that to exist. If you want Banksy, everyone fucking loves Banksy. If you want Banksy to exist, if you love Banksy's artwork, oh, how could they paint over It's a Banksy. You can't paint over Banksy, even though it was painted illegally on a surface. You can't paint over it. It's Banks. If you want that, if you want to protect Banksy, you have to allow for the shitty doodles and scribbles that people do on walls, the shitty tags. Oh, I like Banksy graffiti. I like good graffiti. I just don't like all these bloody scribbles, these bloody tags everywhere. It's just messy. It makes the place look ugly. It's shit. They should get rid of them. Throw them in jail. You literally cannot have one without the other. In a world where Banksy exists, you cannot get rid of, and you will not be able to get rid of, the scribbles on the walls, the tags, the grime, the dirt of it all. That's where Banksy comes from. Without all of that shit, there is no Banksy. You cannot. So you can complain about bad art, about, you know, pretentious bullshit modern art performances and whatever, but like, that has to exist. Otherwise, no good art exists, because that's people coming up with ideas and trying them and seeing what happens. And if no one ever does that, for better or worse, then you don't get art. And then what's the fucking point? What's the point in life if there's no art? That's like... And not just the kind of art I do, but art in general is so intrinsic to, like, humanity at its core. Like, without art, life is almost literally meaningless. Like, that's what everyone does. That's why AI art exists. Because people want art, but the dickheads in charge don't want to pay for it. They don't want to have to go through the time, effort and money to get art. They just want it immediately. They want it now, as cheap as possible. That's why that exists. Because they want the art. Everyone, like rich kids, make art because they can. Fuck them. But you get, you know, these trust fund kids, these what do they call them? The ones, the nepo babies and shit, that spend their time making art because they can. The rich fucking celebrities that become artists because they can. Because that's what people want to do. They want to make art. Films exist because people want to make art. Music exists because people want to make art. Comics exist because people... Poetry, books, everything cool in life. Clothing, any item of clothing you've ever liked the look of exists because of art. Because somebody designed it to look a certain way. Everything cool in life is art. Because that's what people do. That's what people want to do. The rich ones get to do it. You know, more so than the poor ass, stupid, shitty rest of us. Earth without art is just... I came up with that one as well. That's all mine. That's completely me. Do you like that one? You can take that one and use it. You can use that in other places. I don't mind. I'm not an artist. I'm what art is. That's mine. I don't want you to take that and use it willy-nilly as you please. That's mine. Leave that alone. That one's mine. Don't do anything with that. It's mine. I made it. It's mine. But Earth without art is just... See, right, I'll do it. I'm really getting some use out of this whiteboard. Thankfully, finally. About bloody time, innit? I'll do it in red. Right. See. Oh, that's what I can do. See, Earth. This is Earth. Yeah. If you remove art from the Earth, all you're left with is which is sort of like an onomatopoeic expression of dissatisfaction and I don't know, like a bored unfeelingness of listless, boring worthlessness. So you can take that. I'll let you take that one that I came up with. Earth without art is just air. Feel free to use it. You don't have to credit me. You don't have to say, hey, this cool artist Ewan came up with this thing, so I'm sharing it. You don't have to. It would be cool if you did, but you know, I don't necessarily expect you to. I mean, you should. You should credit the person who did the thing, but you don't have to. I'm not demanding that you. It is what it is. You do what you don't. I don't know how well this will work, but we will aim for some splattering of paint. Also, eyes and teeth are a really important part of these kinds of paintings, because you can get a face like this, but when I eventually get around to adding in the eye, the one eye that's visible, and the teeth, it will really, the face at least, will really jump out, and that will give the piece overall a much stronger fucking strength. Toothbrush in the paint. Now, it's probably better to use ink rather than paint for this, because, yeah, it's difficult to get the paint wet enough. And then if you do get the paint wet enough, it's almost always like too thin and doesn't splatter in quite the right ways. So it can be a bit difficult. Oh, it might work there. We just might be okay. There's quite a lot on this bit here. And quite a bit here as well. I don't know if Simon Bisley uses this technique. I know he uses spray paint. I know that for a fact. But I don't know if in places like this he's using spray paint, or if he's maybe even a bit of card rather than his thumb. I think Simon Bisley probably uses his thumb. I think it's people who are worried about getting their hands dirty use a bit of card. Oh, that might have been a bit much. Oh, I overdid it a little bit. Fuck it. Shit's all good. Yeah, I might be doing this a bit too much, but fuck it. It's all part of the process, innit? Oh, I'm fucking up my blues now. I don't want to do that. Shit it. Oh, I fucked up the blues there as well. I'll have to do a bunch of extra layers, but it's all good. I'll just have to go over a couple of bits here and there, but it will come out nice. Don't you worry. Don't you worry about a fucking thing. It will come out nice in the end. Take that, you horse-faced bastard. Scrub, scrub, scrub. Oh, a big fucking blob of paint right there. Jesus. Now I've got a nice filthy thumb. That's what we like to see, innit? Dirt. Signs of a job well done. Got enough of this to get some of this leg done. I really, in terms of time, I should probably be headed towards finishing this by now, but fuck it. I'll do what I said and I'll finish it. It will get finished when it gets finished, and you'll see it when you see it. I mean, it really won't make too much of a difference to you. You're just watching the video and then it will probably like appear finished, but for me, I have to fucking sit here and do the thing, don't I? Like an idiot, like a fucking moron who decided these self-imposed rules. Somebody asked, what's my favourite part of the process of making a new illustration? Which is quite an interesting question, actually. Um, I think there's a couple of moments. One of them is, so I've spoken about the ugly stage, which, you know, almost all art has. Once you realise you are now coming out of that ugly stage, that's one of my favourite moments. Because that's when, I think it's not always, but very often just after like the halfway point, where it's like it actually feels like, okay, yeah, the piece is coming together now. I've tried a few things. I've been a bit, you know, unsure about where they're going, but you get out of that ugly stage and you realise, okay, it's working. We're getting there. It's cool. Things are going. They are. Whether they're going well or not, I don't know, but they're going. That's one of the favourite parts, is getting just past the ugly stage. I guess we artists should be able to enjoy the ugly stage, because you should know when it's in the ugly stage, that just means you are doing the thing. You are moving forward within the process of making art. And should know, sooner or later, you'll come out of the ugly stage. But I can speak for myself at least. Anytime I'm in that ugly stage, I hate it. I regret it. I regret ever starting. I regret ever trying to do art in the first place. I feel like I should stop and give up because it's ugly. What am I doing? I can't draw. I could never draw. I've been pretending this whole time. What the fuck, what the fuck, what the fuck? And that's just how it goes. I assume for most artists. Speaking for every artist ever, which I'm allowed to do, because I'm a parasite and we do what we want. The first rule of Parasite Club is do whatever the fuck you want. You're a parasite, you give a shit. Second rule is wipe your feet on the mat before you come in, yeah? You're a parasite, yeah, but don't track in anything, dirty. There's no need to track mud into the place, that was funny, wasn't it? Fight Club reference, but then make it silly and funny. Parasites. Yep. So you should be able to sort of enjoy the ugly stage of a piece of artwork, but because of human nature being what it is, you never do. You never enjoy the ugly stage. It's always a big load of shit. My other favourite part is, I think anytime, if it's a ballpoint drawing or a painting or whatever, I think it's when I get towards doing the final details. Just final little bits of hatching here and there, just polishing stuff off. Because like, the piece is done, and hopefully you're more or less happy with it. And like, these few little bits are just really going to make it pop. They're just really going to make it, like, take it from being, a finished sort of fine enough illustration to being really fucking good. And that's a fun moment, doing those last little pieces. Also, when the piece is finished, when it's just fucking done. Like with comics, one of my favourite things to do is every time I finish a page, what I do personally is I lay them out on my bed. So it's really cool when you start to get like 5, 6, 10 pages of a comic finished, and you lay them out and you're like, wow, it's a comic. Like when you've got a couple of pages done, it's sort of like, I guess sooner or later this will be a comic, but we'll get there, I suppose. Whereas I really enjoy getting more pages done, not necessarily because it means I'm getting closer to finishing the comic, but I enjoy looking at them together. I enjoy looking at the fruits of my labour, of looking at a growing comic book project, which that's something like you can only really do if you are doing like a series of something, like a series of pages or a series of paintings, because otherwise it's just this, and you look at it and it's it's fine. You're watching it being completed, but there is something really nice feeling about laying out a bunch of pages that you've been working on and seeing how they work together and just seeing them there in front of yous. It's pleasant. I enjoy it. I also enjoy just fucking finishing the piece when it's just fucking done. Also, there are moments where, you know, throughout all of the process, you might be second guessing and questioning your skills and be worried if anything's going to work at all. But then you do get those moments where, like, you'll try something, maybe something you haven't tried before, or maybe you're just not sure of, but then you try it anyway. And sometimes it just fucking works, like, way more than you thought it might. And you get those moments and it's like, oh, cool, okay. That's cool, that's good. Let's keep going then. I was going to give up. I was going to hang myself in the bathroom, but I won't, because it's actually working out all right. So let's keep it up. Let's keep going. Those are good moments. There are many good moments within art. Well, not many, but there are some. Sometimes there are good moments in art. See how the eye and the teeth just, they're not even really finished. They're not even as bright as they're going to be, but just that little bit really helps make it pop. The eyes and teeth really bring a lot to the life of a painting. Now there is some red on his face. I might add in some of those bits in red right now, but what I will very likely have to do is go over the red with like a yellow ochre and then go over it with red again, just to make them extra bright. Because they are very sort of like bold red lines that he has in a few places on this piece. So I'll put them down like this now just to denote where they are on the piece, and then a bit later on I will give them a couple of different layers of paint, brighten them up, embolden them to make them stand out a bit more. Make them a bit stronger and shit. Red there, a bit red on his nose. There's quite a few little bits of little bit of flesh colour here and there that I'll need to add on top sort of later on, but you know, that'll be sort of as and when we get to those points we can worry about that. Some red lines on his leg whilst I'm here doing this shit. 1, 2. It's almost like a Wi-Fi signal going down his leg. Look at that. That's like modern times, isn't it? A modern times reference in a Slane painting. It's like Wi-Fi. It's got a waning signal. A waning Wi-Fi signal down his leg. This is the red I was talking about earlier on in the process. Also, I think there's one thing I did note whilst working on this over the last several hours is paying attention to Bisley's version. I think it's quite clear that like the black parts of the painting, like the shadows and stuff, it really looks like he's painting over the black, whereas I'm painting a lot of the blacks on top of the other paint. So I'm almost doing it largely backwards compared to how Simon Bisley is. And I don't know how much of that he puts down right away. I don't know if like he blacks out whole segments of the painting and then paints over them, or it's literally just like these, he draws the shadows in with marker pen or something and then paints over them. But that's something I'm not quite like if I have too many solid blacks in the initial drawing, I start to kind of lose my way, especially if I'm, you know, trying to copy somebody else's work. That could, of course, be an argument to not spend so much time copying other people's work. But did somebody say Frank Frazetta? What a name! What a fucking name, man! Like, an alliterative name is cool. Bruce Banner, Peter Parker, Donnie Darko. Your mum's a whore. Fucking shut up. But Frank Frazetta, he's got F-R-A, Frank Frazetta. That's fucking fantastic. It's just a good name. Anyway, of course, after the F-R-A, it sort of goes off the rails a bit. In the first name, you've got the F-R-A and then Unk. And then in the second name, you've got a Z, an A, two T's, and an E. How are those letters in a name? Madness. Absolute bloody bolshy madness. Great bolshy yard blockos to you. Look, it's Frank Frazetta. Wow, size of that. I could try to recreate this. See, look at that. I could try to recreate it. But I do not feel adequately indisposed, adequately tooled up. I don't know. I don't feel like... I can't even put the book down properly. There's no room on my stupid desk for stupid people. Look at that. Old man Frank. What an old man he was before he died. Dead bastard that he is. Just a fucking wizard of a guy. I mean, his drawings are good, his ink work is good, his lines, his line weight, his use of shadow, compositions, anatomy, just every aspect of what he does just about perfectly. And there's a lot of really great artists out there working today. Good fantasy artists, comic book artists, graphic artists of all kinds. But I feel like there just isn't quite any one person that has the same kind of fucking oomph as Frank Frazetta, or even the same kind of like there isn't another Frank Frazetta that you can look up to and say, this guy, this is like, if there were to be another Frank Frazetta, it's this person. I say this guy, could be a girl, could be an NB, could be anybody of any persuasion. But there just isn't. There just isn't. Not that I know of. There could be 1,000 of them. I just don't know who they are. But really, realistically, there hasn't been anyone to do it quite as Mr. Frazetta. Truly was one of a kind. And then he died. Which is, I mean, that's how it fucking goes, isn't it? Everyone dies in the end. Like, I'm looking through this, looking at each image, thinking like, how would I even start painting that? And one thing Frazetta doesn't really do, especially in his paintings, he doesn't use outlines and stuff. So all of the definition is done by shadow and contrast, lights versus darks, and like, to do that you have to, like, I almost cheat with outlines a lot of times. Like, I know maybe I've not got my values as contrasty as they could be, but I know at some point I can throw in an outline and it will separate the two colours, the two objects, so it's fine. But Mr. Frazetta, the master of his craft that he is. You don't need no stinking outlines because he paints properly. He knows what the fuck he's doing, and he does it incredibly, impossibly well. This could actually be a cool, like, thing to practice on. It's fairly understated in terms of the amount of stuff going on. There's a body, but there's not too much. There's no weird hand or anything. There's no toes, feet that are typically difficult to draw and paint. The monster, you don't really have to draw like a big thing with scales and a tail and teeth and eyes. It's just some legs. Like, as far as Frazetta pieces to start practicing with, this could be a good one to study. It would be fun to paint the green in there as well. I would collapse in on myself trying to get these different tones and values, especially in like the acrylic paints that I use and how I use them. Like, Frazetta as a painter is just at such another level. It's absurd. I mean, something like this, I can't even... Like, no, I'm not going to practice painting like Frazetta with something like that. This could almost work. It would be more bold and more graphic. I'd almost certainly have outlines and stuff. But that's quite a cool piece. Again, there's not so much going on that it would be an impossible task to undertake. Got a good body, a good beast, some decorative sort of background elements to put in there to work on. But that's the thing, of course, is all of this being said, he paints in a very different way to how I paint, or I paint in a very different way. I paint in what could be considered an incorrect way in comparison to Frank Frazetta. Oil. He uses oils which blend a lot better, so you get these like nice blended, fading and I've lost words. These nice blended fades of tone and colour that you can get with acrylics. There's several ways to sort of imitate that with acrylics, but it's a much more drawn out process than what I am used to in terms of painting. I really like that one. That's really good. I feel like that's that. Let's see if I can find it in the Slain. There's a particular panel. It's where the horned god is holding up his sickle or whatever, and he's like, cheerful the work as he's about to cut Slain up. There. It's not identical, obviously, but you can see. And I'm not saying this to suggest Simon Bisley, took the idea for this panel from this piece. I'm just saying there are similarities. Simon Bisley is enough of his own powerhouse of an artist to do shit on his own, but that is a pretty cool, interesting little side by side. And it's got elements of both bodies, because the arm is a bit more like this guy's arm, the weapon out to the side, and the horned beast is more like this guy. So it's almost like a combination of the two characters. That's such a great panel as well. Really do enjoy that. I love this. When I first saw this one, I was sort of almost baffled by the lighting is just terrible and you can't see shit. By how the straps look so like taut, pulled tightly over the muscles of the horse, over his back half. With just little bits of shadow to show where the muscles are like curving underneath them. And, you know, the necessary highlights on the raised parts. That would be just this. If I just took this, that would be quite a cool little piece to do a study of. I mean, there's like got to be 1,000 different Frazetta pieces that would be cool to do studies of. Oh, hey, look, that's just like the thing where the guy with his eye. I've always loved the lizard here. Just the way it's sort of like rendered, the way it's highlighted, and the colouring of it and everything. It feels so solid. Such a cool little lizard. I mean, this figure is just fucking phenomenal. The snake and all the scythe. Boobs. We all love boobs, don't we, eh? I've spent enough time talking about that fucking... It's great. I might have to fill a couple of sketchbook pages of just Frazetta guys from the back. Because there's a whole bunch of them. There's one there. I mean, we've already seen them. I don't really need to... One there. One there. Like, that would make for a cool, like... little spread in a sketchbook. Just a bunch of man backs. Sexy, muscly man backs. Like the vulture thing. Looks like something out of the Dark Crystal, doesn't it? I mean, if there was ever a piece to, like, paint a version of as a study or whatever, the Death Dealer... it's got to be like an obvious go-to to try out. The detail is phenomenal. Like you look at it and it's cool. Just as it is, it's a cool image. Fucking mysterious, probably evil guy on a horse. The composition, the strength of it. It's just such a fucking... the orange and red, the eyes, the axe and the fire beneath in this little trail here. Just a little thread of orange redness running through it. The imposing figure and everything. But then you get closer and you look at the detail, like almost very few brush strokes on the horse, very bold, very painted brush strokes, almost just implying the muscle and the strength and weight of the horse, but really effectively. And then much more rendered, like all the armaments on the Death Dealer himself, the way the armour shines, the detail on the helmet, the texture and lighting on the shield, the detail on the saddle armour or whatever. Crazy, like engravings and stuff. Just that would take fucking forever to paint. And the way it's not just painted, but like it's lit and it's got highlights and it looks like somewhat shiny metal, like not super reflective, but shiny at least, brass or whatever. Like, and the smokiness of the background, just absolutely incredible painting. Oh, and there's a bigger version for you. For me, that was done for me to look at. Yeah, it gives you a bit of a better look at the details and everything. Just bananas. Like, just that is probably at least an afternoon/evening's work just to sit and paint this. I mean, but then maybe it's not. Maybe it all comes quick and easy to... or came quick and easy to Frazetta in the past tense. Because he's dead. That's funny. She's got King Kong in her hand instead of King Kong having the lady in there. Well, I guess he's not King Kong, is he? He's just a gorilla. The Barbarian. Very muddy one. As far as Frazetta goes. Very murky and brown and dull. Obviously, brilliantly, expertly, wonderfully painted, but, you know, come on. Put a bit of colour in there, we did. Tanks! You almost forget that, like, he did stuff like this. You get so swept up in, like, Conan and Death Dealer, axes and horses. And then, you know, he does some sci-fi space stuff. But then, when you see him doing just tanks, it's a bit of a jolt of like, oh, God, regular stuff. Non-fantasy imagery. Sam and I were in, we went into a little, like, small, locally owned bookshop in Wales last time I was there. And there was a book with a painted cover. I think it was a Boris Vallejo, if that's how you pronounce his name. Like, the guy, the fantasy artist. He's, like, immediately recognisable in terms of his style and whatnot. And it was such like a trip to be in a bookstore in this day and age and to see a book on the shelf. It wasn't a new book, it was an old one, obviously. But to see a new book, no, to be in an to be surrounded by new books and to pick up a book with a cover like this, with a hand-painted like fantasy art cover, was almost mind-blowing. It felt so outrageous to see that in the modern day, where so many book covers these days are like graphic design, if nothing else, just like big letters across the page, across the cover, huge letters with the author's name, and then big-ish letters in a different colour with the title of the book on like a green background, and that's it, the cover of the book. And it's like, what a waste, what a fucking waste. Throw something like this on there. Hire a fucking artist. Hire me to paint some shit. Maybe I should try and recreate that. The colour is absolutely insane. I don't know if maybe this was based on something he saw on a photo, or if he saw something like this in real life. The light shining through the wave in such a way that it created all these colours. But like, if I was ever painting a scene similar to this, I don't know if I would ever, out of my own imagination, put in colours like this. It's so wild. It's so effective. It looks incredible. Absolutely fucking craziness. Yeah, that's good too. I should do this, but Gun Viking, shouldn't I? With the steeds from Gun Viking, the weird, like, flat-faced steed things. And then Gun Viking in this pose holding a gun in his hand instead of a sword, with the same sort of, like, shit around it. That'd be funny, wouldn't it? I think I've done a couple of... Oh, yeah, I did a Gun Viking version of this, kind of. On one of the front covers. I think it was issue 5. It had a front cover kind of like that. And that was okay. And I'd done another couple, I think maybe one or two other sort of versions of this. I think I did one, and it was all goblins. Long time ago, though. Long, long time ago. That's quite different. I really like this one. This one's cool, and it works for the cover of the thing that it's on. But that one, with the mountain ranges, and that's different to that one. It's not even... It's craziness. The orange from beneath fading into the purple. So fucking good. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. In my head, I was going to like sit down, look through this book, maybe pick a page or two and do a couple of little sketches that I could like eventually work on to turn into, you know, painting versions of Frazetta pieces. But I can't be bothered to do that right now. I've got painting to do. Oh, it's magic. You know. Metals. That's where we're at now. Doing the metals. I'm metal. Your metal. My metal. Our metal. Comrade. Comrade. Come raid with me. Let's raid away. I don't know. It's gotten to that point where I'm just half delirious now. It's also gotten to that point where I just want this to fucking be done. Can this be over already? Not that I'm not enjoying it. It's just, you know, it gets to that point where you just think, like, Christ. Like, I'm happy with how it's looking so far, and I know I'm now confident that at the very least, even if it doesn't look like an exact copy, whatever. If nothing else, I know at the end of it I'm going to have a cool looking painting that I can show off and go, oh, look what I done. Look what I done made. It like Bisley, but I done it. It's all just like a Simon Bisley one, but as if it were me that done it and not Simon Bisley actually. And everyone will go, wow, hey, 2000 AD should hire you to paint for them. Heavy Metal should pay you to do comics for them. Everyone should be... Yeah, everyone should be, but nobody is. Someone did, but then I didn't. I had an opportunity to work on something for someone, and I got anxiety about it, and I didn't respond to an email, and I haven't heard from them since. That's where I'm at currently. That's where I'm at emotionally, mentally. That happened earlier this year. It could have been not a huge opportunity, but it was certainly a thing. And it would have been out there in the world. People would have seen it. People would have gone, oh, hey, cool. This thing's by Ewan with this person. That's really cool to see. That's great. But it didn't happen because I sabotaged myself. I didn't plan to. I didn't mean to. I didn't want to. But that's why it's called mental illness. It's not called mental wellness. Why did you do it? It doesn't make sense. All you had to do was respond to an email and then it would have been fine. You could have carried on and then you would have absolutely been fine. Yeah, but I fucking didn't! I fucking didn't, did I? Because my fucking brain doesn't work properly. Because it goes, oh no, what if the corrections they ask for aren't good enough? And what if they tell you that you're not good enough? And what if by opening your emails you see a lot of other emails that you're supposed to be responding to, and then what if there's bad news that you have to deal with? It doesn't matter, do it anyway. I can't. Why? Because my brain doesn't work! Do you know how fucking annoying it is? To be aware of it as well. It's not like, oh, sorry, I didn't realise. Like, no, I realised. I was aware every step of the way. And there's not a day goes by that I don't think about it. And I don't think how fucking stupid it was that I didn't do something about it. But my stupid fucking head just didn't let me fucking respond to that goddamn email. And I would... I'm getting flustered. This is why I haven't spoken. It's something I've wanted to mention. I do want to talk about the details. There's nothing stopping me from talking about the details. I'm not under an NDA or anything. I can talk about it. It would have been published work, but it's, you know, it's not secret or whatever. So I could talk about it, and I want to. But like this is how it feels to talk about it. It's so like. Talking about it is like shining a light on it, going, hey, look at how stupid you were because you decided you couldn't respond to an email, and now you don't get the opportunity that you could have had. And then I sit here complaining that no publishers want to work with me, and then when someone does, I fuck it up, and it's incredibly frustrating. At the same time, I have been sending stuff to publishers and hearing nothing back. Which again means I stop checking my emails because I know I open my email inbox and I see rejection. Oh, but what if one time you open it up and you see an acceptance thing? Yeah, what if? What if that? Go on then, Ewan, do that. I can't because my brain won't fucking let me. See, right, I'm going to talk about this now. I'm going to talk about suicide. Not in a way that I'm about to do it, but as a subject. So let's, just so we're clear on the bounds of what we are talking about. Right. Often, when people, not everyone, but there are people out there that when they talk about people having taken their own lives, they say, oh, why would you do that? Like there's so many options. You could have spoken to someone, you could have done this, you could have done that. There's always another option. Why weren't they thinking about this? And there's even people that say, oh, it's selfish. It's a selfish thing to do. If, a father commits suicide, they have children, they have a family, how selfish of them to do that. They're mentally ill. They are not well. They're not fully in control of what they're doing. They have control, but they don't at the same time. Like, you can't just say, no, that's really selfish. Why would you do? They're not well in their head. You can't hold them completely responsible. They do have some responsibility, but you can't just say, oh, there's always a different option. There's always a better way out. You could have tried this. You could have tried that. No, they couldn't have. Because they're not fucking right in their head. Their brain doesn't work right. Fuck you. And then when you're experiencing it from that point of view of like, literally all I had to do was respond to one fucking email. I had the thing, they asked for changes on a sketch I'd done. Oh, can you change this and change that and then it should be fine. I did the changes, I just didn't fucking email it. In case it's not completely obvious, I'm quite annoyed with myself for the handling of that situation. If you can call it handling at all. And fucking, I fucked it up. And I sit here going, oh, it's really hard to make a living because I'm not getting any money coming. I fucking had the opportunity and I fucked it up. I had an opportunity. It still is incredibly difficult to keep money coming in. I don't want to downplay that, but I fucked. That's why, when it comes to like, I've been handing out my CV, I've been applying for regular day jobs. Let's get back onto that fun topic of conversation. In a way, I think like maybe it's best, like maybe that's for the best, because apparently I might just not have it in me to do the art thing at the moment. Maybe I should just quit and get a real job, at least for now, until my mental health gets better, as if that's going to happen. Like, have you seen everything in the world currently? I don't know if my mental health is about to, fucking come along in leaps and bounds. I'm going to be feeling miles better all of a sudden. Jesus. I had no intention to talk about any of that whatsoever. Ah, isn't life grand? Isn't everything great? Oh, it's superb, isn't it? Got, you can. There's all the stuff everywhere. Have you seen all the stuff they've got now? All these, all these things now that they've got everywhere now. I swear, I try to be upbeat and keep a positive. Hey, welcome to the show. Welcome to the podcast. It's me, your friendly neighborhood parasite that lives in your brain. Oh. That was one for Sam. Sam will get that reference, but nobody else in the world will. And that is why. Which is, that's why I don't necessarily want to answer any questions about like, oh, how do I become a full-time artist? What do I, how have you made it work being a full-time artist? Apparently, I'm not. I'm in no position to give advice. I mean, I can tell you what not to do. Oh, I can tell you what to do. Respond to your fucking emails. How about that? I don't want emails. I don't want an email address. I don't want money. I don't want a house, a home. Do I just not want responsibilities? Yeah, maybe, but maybe that's my prerogative. I don't want to have to fucking... Or wouldn't life be ideal if everything went exactly the way I wanted? Yeah, I guess it would. Never mind. Me complaining about shit that just fucking doesn't matter. Well, it matters to me. It's my life. It's my mental health. It's my declining fucking emotional state. But never mind, eh? Let's... did you see Frankenstein? Oh, I watched Frankenstein. Did you all see Frankenstein? This is the movie review section. Saw Frankenstein. It was alright. I mean, I was more impressed by how it was made, as I usually am with films in general, than I was with like the film in general. Right. So one thing is, you've heard me talk about it quite a lot actually. I hate rich people. I wish a swift death upon each and every one of them. Only swift in terms of I hope it happens soon, but in terms of the actual death, I hope it's long and painful for each and every one of them, because fuck them. And so in Frankenstein, I've read the book. I read it years and years and years ago. I remember zero of it. So take everything I say with a grain of piss. But so in the film, he's a what do they call him? Count, Lord, I don't know. He's some rich cunt. He lives in a fucking castle, basically. His dad's a fucking lord, super surgeon. He's got all the money in the world. He's got everything he needs. And let's watch a film about these fucking ridiculously wealthy people. And that's just the storytelling. That's just where it's set and the characters. And it's like, you should be able to look past that shit, but I can't. I just can't look past that shit. I see rich people and my brain just turns off and goes, ugh, fuck you. Fuck off with your fucking all the money in the world. Fucking shut up. So I was not able to enjoy Frankenstein in a way that I maybe could have otherwise. Because it's fucking rich cunts ruining it. It looked great though, in terms of the effects, the practical sets and designs. I thought the monster looked okay, I guess. It's another Guillermo del Toro sexy monster movie, so in a similar way to how I'd prefer to see the Hulk portrayed as a disgusting, absolute abomination of like, how could this happen? How could this genuine fucking monster be created? And he's all like asymmetrical, parts of his body are bigger than the others, and he's just all fucked up and irradiated and just, ugh. That's how I want to see the Hulk. And that's kind of what I want from a Frankenstein monster. Is I want him to be horrible and nasty looking and fucking falling apart and, you know, that, not a sexy, sexy man with like stitches all across his body, which is what he is in the film. And that's basically my review of Frankenstein. It looked great, I just didn't care, is the issue. Also, I'm probably not the target audience. I think the target audience for that film is young ladies who want to have sex with monsters. Similar to the Wet film. What's that one called? The one with the fish guy, and she has sex with the fish guy, and she says how his penis works. A thing opens up and it comes out. The way of the waterway, the wet of the water. I don't know what the fuck that film is called. I've got a book of like the art of that book, of that film, and it's pretty good, but fuck knows what it's goddamn called. Shape of Water. I think it's called The Shape of Water. And yeah, that was also a film made for people who want to have sex with monsters, which is perfectly fine. I don't say that to disparage it. It just is, you know, from all available evidence, that's who the film's clearly made for, and more power to them, the filmmakers and the people that want to have sex with monsters. Go get it. Get it where you can. Get that monster cock. We all have a bit of monster cock, don't we, eh? Ugh, yeah. Nice bit of fucking monster dick. Ugh, get it. Me, I just want to have sex with a cow, so I'm not one to judge, am I, eh? I don't actually want to have sex with a cow. I just, you know, I find cows to be handsome. They have pretty eyes and big tits that hang down, and you fucking get milk out of them. I saw Weapons. Have you seen Weapons? I really liked Weapons. Weapons. This is a spoiler for Weapons, by the way. If you haven't seen Weapons and you care about spoilers, then I don't know what to tell you. Skip ahead a few minutes, or just stop watching my videos. It's not worth it. Don't. What are you going to do? Listen to me complain about not being able to respond to an email because I'm fucking. Weapons is a witchcraft movie, but like a modern day witchcraft, which is like not exactly a twist, but it's a reveal at one point in the film that essentially that is what's happening. And it is almost like a modern twist on a classic, like, you know, the classic tale of kids being lured into the woods by a witch and then being fucking eaten or whatever. And that's basically what's happening in Weapons. That's the mystery, is essentially that, which I really, really like. I think it's a really cool thing because I love. I'm not in love with like witchcraft and that kind of shit, but the lore and the sort of mythology of witches is quite interesting. And, you know, cults, Satan worship. I'm into that kind of thing. I like me some Satan. I'm a fan. I like a bit of Satan. The Satanic Church in real life is actually doing far more to help people than Christian churches. So, you know, chalk one up for Satan there. There was a moment I remember very, very distinctly in Sunday school when I was a child going to church, being forced against my will to learn about stupid God and his idiot son. I was maybe 7 or 8 years old, and we were in a Sunday school lesson being taught about fucking heaven and hell and all that horse shit. And I said to the teacher, it sounds like God wants you to do exactly what he tells you to do, but Satan wants you to do whatever you want to do. That's what it sounds like from what I'm being taught. That's what I said. It sounds like this. And the teacher was like, no, you're not understanding. It's not that. And of course, I grow up and I learn a bit more about it and I realise, no, I had it pretty much spot on. That's actually pretty much how it goes. God, Jesus and all of that shit. They're all like, no, you do what we tell you to do, and you do it with love, and you make sure you praise me every day, praise me, pray to me, and ask me for forgiveness. Otherwise, you're damned for eternity. You better ask for forgiveness, or you're going to hell forever and ever. But I love you. I'm a loving God. But fucking praise me, or else you fucking burn, and your children will burn. But I'm a loving, kind, generous God. But fucking praise me or I'll kill you all. Whereas Satan's like, well, you know, do whatever. I don't give a shit. I mean, not exactly like that, but in essence, because he knows the negative side of shit. Because he was like, oh, I'll go down to earth and I'll carry out your plan, and then, you know, I'd like recognition for having done that. And then Jesus, fucking little Mr. Firstborn Attributes kid, was like, oh, I'll do it, Dad, and I'll make sure you get all the credit. All glory unto you, Dad. That was Jesus being a little cunt. That Cradle of Filth shirt that says Jesus is a cunt. There might be some truth to that. Jesus, the whiny little bitch, the little like stuck up brown nosing little cock. Oh, I'll do it, Dad, and I'll make sure you get all the glory. And God, being the loving, kind father he is, said, yeah, that sounds better to me. Yeah, I'd like all the credit for doing all the wondrous things. That's what's important to me. Getting the glory for myself. That's what's important. That's what counts. And so there was a war. Lucifer got kicked out of his home or whatever, just for like wanting credit for doing the work. Like that's such an awful sin. Bible stories with you. Assuming none of you happen to already know the Bible and all the stories within. Which is to say, I love me some Satan. Good old the Satan. Wouldst thou like to live deliciously? Yeah, go on then. Probably better than what I'm doing now. Go fly around in the woods, eat some babies. Do that shit. That's what I should have said. Hold up a can of Pepsi and say, eat a baby. I think that's a bit nicer than than what I actually said. I don't necessarily regret saying that, but, you know, I just... Come on. Once upon a time, that was me. I'm not that guy anymore. I've changed. I'm a changed man. I've gone woke. That's the problem. I've gone woke. I won't talk about sexual assault on infants like a woke idiot. God, you're so woke. Won't even talk about fucking a baby. Said nobody to me because no one really cares, do they? I'm arguing with myself here. Come on. His crotch decoration is a bit more blue than grey. Try and factor that into my painting decisions. So I like films. I like The Witch, the film The Witch. starring Anya Taylor-Joy. Is that her name? It's a really good film. Really, really good film. Really, really, really good film. Really, 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 really good. But it actually is. It's a really fucking good film. And yeah, that kind of vibe. I enjoy that kind of thing, that kind of vibe. And so Weapons is like a modern day kind of fucking witches and shit. Or a witch. I like how she's portrayed. I like how just her character, the antagonist. She's just horrible, fucking evil as fuck. She's on her shit. She knows what she's doing. And then the way the film, like, the obvious climax is like, again, spoilers, where the kids tear her. That's like, sure, that's the climax of the film. But for me, the best part of like the ending is where the kid has obviously been watching this horrible woman who's forced her way into his house and, you know, possessed his parents or whatever and ruined his whole fucking life. He's been watching her do these spells the whole time, and he's picked up on it, and he's figured out, like, oh, if I do this, this, and this happens. And then that's how he saves the day at the end of the film. That's my favourite part. It's like, fuck yeah. It's utilising what he's learned in his, you know, time throughout this ordeal. I think that's really fucking smart. And just the way the story sort of like ramps up and builds. The confusion at first, because it is very confusing at first. You are just like, what the hell is going on? It really does sort of put you in place with everyone in the film, because no one knows what the hell is happening. And you, likewise, are thinking, what the fucking hell is happening? And the reveal is very satisfying. I enjoyed Weapons. I enjoyed Weapons very much. Much more than Frankenstein, sadly. I love Del Toro. I love him and his attitude towards making art, his hatred for AI. I think he's a brilliant, incredibly respectable artist and filmmaker. Hellboy. Did he do both Hellboys or just Hellboy 2? Whatever amount of Hellboy he was involved with is good. I saw, what was that like Cabinet of Curiosities, the thing that was on Netflix. That was kind of not his best work, but sort of fun enough, I suppose. I don't love everything he does, but the fact that he is out there doing the shit he's doing, that's what I respect and love most. I don't love his films, but I love that he's making his films the way he's making his films. Great to love and respect for that. And that's what it all comes down to, isn't it? My opinion. As long as he's got me, as long as I'm happy, then it's all very good and all is right with the world. As long as Ewan likes the... Shut up. Moron that I am. Moron? Maybe let's have a bit less of it. Moron. Could do with a bit less on, frankly. Your mum could do with less on. Like clothing. Like she could do... I want to see your mum naked. I'd like to see your mother naked. That's going to be... I'm going to put that in the thumbnail of this video. I'd like to see your mother naked. I won't, actually. But I could, but I won't. Probably. Metal! Woohoo! Let's get it. Let's metallic this bitch right up. We are getting there. There is... Oh, that's very, very light. That should have gone, like, up here or something. Just lighten up these bits a little bit. Then I need to... more green in there, maybe. this uses a rule which I typically use for painting metals, which I talk about quite a lot, which is to use like grey blues rather than just grey, because that gives a much more metallic feel usually. But then I notice as I'm mixing the colour, there's quite a bit of like kind of green tone in a lot of the metals. Like this is quite blue, but then some of these parts are almost like a turquoisian kind of colour, which is a bit different. So I'm having to factor that into my my colour mixing decision making. Some little... Oh shit, where did my... I dropped my filthy rag that I wipe my brushes on, which is just a t-shirt. Oh, excuse me. I'm going to paint these little buckle ring things on the horse face. On the whore's face. I have the utmost respect for people who would be considered whores, by the way, just so we're clear. If I ever talk about whores, if I ever talk about your mum being a whore, I don't mean that in a way that's you know, saying whores are a horrible thing inherently. I love whores. Some of my best friends are whores. I don't know if they like to be called that. It might not be how they prefer to be referred to. But I think, you know, they could be said to be in that kind of line of work. Maybe not. Maybe I should shut up. Maybe I should just about shut the fuck up. I'm pro-sex worker. That's what I'm trying to... Not all sex workers are whores. Not all whores are sex workers. I'm just saying. We're pro-sex worker here at the Ewan Network. Because how else are you going to make the green MILF if you don't have a good team of sex workers? Who's going to star in it? Well, am I going to just do a casting call and get people off the street? Jesus, I think I'm anything worse. I mean, amateur pornography has its moments. Occasionally, I might enjoy some amateur pornography, but it's like watching a film. Like, you want to see actors that are good at their job, that have been doing it a while, that know what they're doing and can put on a performance. And that's the thing. That's sometimes pornography you want to see you just want to see sex. You just want to see people fuck. But sometimes you want to see the performance. You want to see them putting on a show. And sometimes you need people with some experience to really make the most of that. Sometimes old Doris down the street at number 22 isn't quite going to cut it. She may have enormous natural breasts that hang to her belly button. She may be a free spirit and happy to take her clothes off at a moment's notice. But can she perform? Can she make me believe that she really wants the guy installing the Wi-Fi to pound her 6 ways from Sunday? It's all about the performance, isn't it? There's an art to it. Or fucking something. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about now. I'm fucking losing it. I have more topics on my list that I could talk about. Should I get to some of that? Or shall I carry on? Should I talk more about my mental health? Apparently people don't necessarily enjoy hearing about like my mental health struggles or whatever, but people do seem to at least be supportive, saying they enjoy... I don't know about enjoy. I don't know if the word I'm looking for is enjoy. They find some kind of weird, sick perverse enjoyment out of hearing me talk about my mental health and that kind of. And I think that's just true across the board in general. You know, knowing that people suffer. It brings joy to your heart to know that people are suffering. It's not just you. There are other people suffering too, so you can delight in that fact. It's not that funny. I don't know why I'm fucking treating it like it's hilarious. It's a bit funny. It's not that funny, but it's a bit funny. It's coming together. I just stood up to have a look at the screen of my phone as it records my progress. What do we want now? Let's get some yellow ochre and just throw some of that about, because I feel like there's certain places where that could be beneficial, like here, maybe a bit here. Just a few places just to add a little bit of vibrancy here and there. Maybe on the axe handle, that's quite yellow. I don't want to put a thick layer down. I don't want it to be too yellow, but it's quite a yellow looking axe handle there. Maybe a bit here. I'm worried about how this area looks. I feel like I need to do something with it, and I think a bit of yellow ochre might be, maybe not just the ticket, but might help at least a little bit in forming this and that. I know I speak about it, or have spoken about it a fair bit. The fact that, like with my 12-hour podcast, I feel like so many people probably click on it just to see, like, is that it? Is he just is it that for 12 hours? Is it literally that for 12 hours? And then they click on it, and I guess they click through and they go, yeah, evidently it is that for 12 hours. And then people will click on this one like, is that it? Is it that for 5.5 hours? Is it literally just that? Is that it? Is that all it is? It's that for 5.5 hours. He's doing that. Is he literally doing that for 5.5 hours? Is that literally all he's doing? And then they click through and they go, yes, evidently, yes, that's it. That's all it is. It's that 5.5 hours or so. Give or take a few minutes. 5 hours and 33 minutes specifically. That's the aim. Yes, that's all it is. That's the goal here. Oh, by the way, hello. In case you're just jumping into this cold and you're unaware, this is the 333rd episode of my podcast that I've been doing for years. Apparently I have so little going on in my life that I'm able to do that. And I think it was the 300th episode I did 3 hours, I believe. And I thought, wouldn't it be fun / funny / mildly interesting for the 333rd episode to do it 333 minutes? Which I did the mathematics to work it out. I couldn't just do it in my head. I had to figure it out. 333 minutes is 5 hours, which is 300 minutes, and 33 minutes. So it's just over 5.5 hours. Because reasons, because I said so, because I decided that would be the thing. So now, if you weren't previously aware, if I hadn't already mentioned it, I might have already mentioned it during this episode, but in case I hadn't, in case you weren't aware, that's what this is. That's what we're doing right now. Several hours in, I'm explaining the premise of why I'm here, why I'm doing and saying the things I'm doing and saying. And I thought, because I did the 12-hour podcast, and that was like, can I fill a sketchbook in 12 hours? And no, was the result, essentially. Well, I thought for this special episode, it could be cool to try to work on one single piece for that amount of time, to see if I can, not to see if it's not like a challenge to see if I can finish a whole painting in 5.5 hours. It's just, I will spend that time working on a painting. If I finish it, cool. If I don't, also cool. At least I've been working on a thing. I've been doing a thing. That's the main, that's the point of all of the podcasts from the beginning. The point is to just do the thing, to sit down and fucking draw and just hang out. Let's just hang out. Let's have a good time. Let's just fucking, that's the point of it all. And I believe people accept that and take it in that way. I believe that's how people enjoy the podcast, as just like a kind of hangout with someone, with a friend, me, the parasite in your stupid brain. I'm not calling you stupid, I'm saying brains inherently are stupid. Yours is particularly stupid, but that's not what I was saying specifically at that moment. I just happened to, my brain's not stupid, obviously. I don't have a brain, I'm a parasite. I have a weird worm body. I'm effectively an amoeba. I barely have cells. I'm a very small collection of a very small number of cells. And I'm in your brain, making you think people are talking to you when actually they're not. It's me. It was me all the time. In your brain. Is this the longest running bit I've had going? The parasite in the brain bit? Find out on the next episode. Part of me wants to say, like, after this, I might take a break. I think I said that after the 12-hour episode as well. But, like, legitimately, I might. I'm not saying prepare to never have a podcast again, but it may be the case I just need to take a break for a bit from the podcast. Maybe I just need to take some time to come up with ideas, so I'm not just sitting here going, isn't tits good? Isn't it cool when there's tits on a thing, on a person, or just wherever they happen to be, severed in the gutter? I don't actually like my boobs severed. I prefer them attached to a warm flesh body. But that's just my personal preference. I'm just weird like that. What the fuck am I talking about? Jesus Christ. And that's exactly, actually, that's a perfect example of why maybe I could do with taking some time off to, like, I don't know, recalibrate. Get my shit together. Figure out what the fuck it is I'm actually doing. And heck, I might even have a day job sometime soon. Who knows? So maybe I'll do my podcast from my day job. I'll do, like, live streams from wherever I manage to get a job. It'll probably be... I'm fairly certain that, like, if I can even get an interview, let alone a job, the only place I'll be able to get it is, like, washing dishes again. It's just, I can so see it going that way. Just, like, why wouldn't it be the case that, like, the worst job I've had is going to be the only one I can get? Just fucking washing dishes in an awful place. Why wouldn't that be the case? Because, like the song says at the start of Malcolm in the Middle, life is unfair. That's the... Also, yes, no, maybe, I don't know. Something about repeating the question, I don't know. But there is an I in pie. There's an I in meat pie. The anagram of meat is Tim. I don't know what he's talking about. That's funny, isn't it? Remember that from the before times. Somebody asked, do I think left-handed artists are more creative than right-handed artists? Now that is an interesting question. See, that's the kind of question that's like, well, no, silly. It doesn't factor into it. The hand you use isn't a point in the thing. But then I took a moment to think about it, and actually, they might be. Like, I don't recall exactly. I think Kim Yoon-gi was left-handed. I believe. I'm pretty sure. Is it Karl Kapinski? Is his name Karl Kapinski? Am I misremembering? Hit that completely. The fuck is that guy's name? Karl Kapinski. Yeah, it is Karl Kapinski. Why did I think his name was something different? That's such a weird fucking mind fart that I just had. I think he's left-handed as a basis, but ultimately, well, not ultimately, but he can work with both hands simultaneously. Somewhat ambidextrous. That's what that's called. My man Lobster Robin is left-handed, and he's so good that it makes me angry. I've discussed it before, but he is that. And he's left-handed, I think. David Cho, for better or worse, love him or hate him. He's creative, I guess, if nothing else. Well, somewhat. He's left-handed. But I think ultimately, a lot of good artists are left-handed. But also a lot aren't. So I'm going to answer yes. Left-handed artists are more creative than right-handed artists. And I've said it. I've officially said it. I've stated that on a podcast, and that makes it fact now. So, do what thou wiltst with that information, I suppose. Whatever your heart desires, go do that shit. Knowing left-handed artists are, in fact, outrageously far more creative than you stupid, boring right-handed artists. He said right-handedly. See, because I'm right-handed. And I often don't feel particularly creative, so maybe there is something to that. Or maybe I should just fucking shut up! I could be a bit kinder to myself, couldn't I? A bit nicer. Bit nicer to me. I like me. I like me. I'm as good as I can be. I think that's from The Simpsons. For real though, look, it is coming along. This creation is getting creationed. What's next to do? We've done a bunch. There's obviously more to do. I think now it's getting to the point where it's little bits. The large parts are like Slain, the skin on Slain, then the skin on these guys, then the metal, because those are like the three sort of major, and the background. Then it's like little details, the spikes going through the horse, straps, horns and teeth, the skulls. I could do at the same time as some of those. That's what I want to try to do, is go across like I just did with the metal. Take one colour and do all the bits in that colour, then another colour and do the same and the same and the same. But then it does get to the point where you're using fewer and fewer colours, where it's like the highlight on the horse's hair. I fucked up and I haven't been highlighting this fucking thing right here. I have decided, I might have already actually said this in the previous part, but since, I don't know, it may have been obvious or not, there was a cut to this now bit, to this, what you're, to me, literally saying this literally now, because I had to stop, drop and roll. I was on fire! Ah! I had to stop, transfer the video over to my laptop, charge my phone for a bit, yada yada yada. We all drank lemonade, the end. And so I can't remember what I said in the previous bit, if I mentioned, if I had the plan already. But I decided I'm going to get all, like these bits done, all the outlines and shit, the shadows, the bits, all them bits done. And I think once I've got that done, the piece will look and feel more or less finished. And then it's just going to be a case of filling in a few little patches, a few little details, and then I can basically call it done. Even if it's not done, I can just say, oh, it's fine, that's enough, that'll do. Oh, excuse me. Because sometimes I can't be fucked. No, I'm not like, I've not had it with this painting. Sometimes that happens with paintings where I'm just like, I'm done. I'm sick of it, sick of fucking looking at it, sick of bothering with it, sick of trying to figure out how I want to do it. I just want it over with, just get it out of the way. Which is a shame. It's a shame that art is like that sometimes. But I mean, life's like that sometimes, isn't it? I just want to get it done, get it out of the way. Just hop onto the train tracks and just fucking... No, don't do that. Stay and make art. Because if you kill yourself, then you can't draw funny pictures. And everyone will miss the funny little pictures you used to do. Everyone will start to say, I haven't seen them post in quite a while on Instagram. Hope they're okay. And then there'll be like a funny meme cat video or something, and they'll forget about it, and then they won't think of you anymore ever again. And that's your legacy. The internet's fun, innit? Oh, we'll love a bit of online. So that's my plan, and that's what I'm doing. Bloody now, as you can see, that I'm bloody now doing that bloody now. Which, on the one hand, it's just like, I just do all the outlines and shadows and that sort of thing. And on the other hand, it's all the outlines, all the shadow, all the fucking bits, all the just ugh. Like, if I've calculated correctly, because I'm recording this in bits, and I'm sort of vaguely adding up the time of each recorded video and going, that's about this close to 333 minutes. So if I've calculated correctly, there's maybe 40 to 45 minutes remaining from now, from this point. There's a chance I could get all the outlines and shadows and stuff done in that time. I don't know. It might be a pretty big ask to get all that done, but fine, give it a bloody good go though, eh? How about that? How about we try? How about at least we can say we did that? At least no one can say you didn't try. That's what we're taking away after all these hours. I mean, if you're still watching, get a life, jeez. No, if you're still watching and you're not already, subscribe to my Patreon. Patreon.com/ewan. I say that in a very sort of like, patreon.com, as if like, I don't care. Subscribe if you want. I mean it genuinely. I just don't like promoting. It feels icky and horrible. But genuinely, it would be a massive help if more people subscribe to my Patreon. Like, you'll see this, if you're watching this now on Patreon, that's because you've subscribed to my Patreon, and you're seeing it a week before anyone else is seeing it. And if you're watching this on YouTube, and you're not subscribed to my Patreon, then you're seeing it a week after subscribers have seen it. Which means they are better than you, because they saw it a little bit before you got to see it. So, yeah, take that into account. But genuinely, if people subscribe to my Patreon, it would be a huge help, especially in these trying economic times. But then they are trying economic times for everybody. I've had a couple of people recently, not always, but often people will message me to say, hey, really sorry, but I can't afford to stay subscribed right now. Maybe I'll subscribe later in the future, but right now I can't. Or someone has said recently they've had to... they're still subscribed, but for less money a month, which I'm not the least bit upset about. Like, the fact that they're still subscribed is fantastic. I thank them for that, because really, thank you. And so I do understand if people cannot subscribe to my Patreon. I get it. I can't. Realistically, I've been subscribed to a few people's Patreons over the years, but at the moment my income is so unsure, whatever. It's late and I'm getting tired. I'm losing my perspicacity. That's a Simpsons reference. Patreon.com/ewan for as little as $1 a month. Sign up. There's a bunch of shit. But Vember's happening on there now because Instagram's a fucking wasteland. I feel like loads of people are leaving Instagram as well, which it's a shame, and it worries me because that's where the bulk of my income comes from. And I knew it would all come crashing down one day. I just hoped I'd be in a better position to deal with it than I currently might be. Anyway, I don't want to talk about fucking finances here. Let's talk about that. That'll be fun and interesting it's the 333rd episode. Can you believe that? I think we should be excited and be celebrating. I should have got a cake or something. Jesus, this is me just sitting here doing a painting. Oh, brilliant. What are you doing to celebrate? Painting. Isn't that just like your job though? Yeah. But I'm not doing it alone, am I? I'm doing it with all of you. We're all doing it together. You, me, all of us. We're doing it. We're all doing it together, we are. See, it sounds like we're all having sex together. Maybe we are. I'll never tell. That was weird. I don't know. Don't know if I enjoyed saying those things. Just felt a bit odd. This is the kind of, like, this part of the art of the painting is a part I do kind of need to put some kind of concentration into. It's like fine details and stuff. So I'm trying to do that, but also trying to, be my usual hilarious, entertaining self. Some people can multitask. I sometimes, I don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about now. It is end of video vibes where it's nearing the end. We all know it's nearing the end. I'm feeling it nearing the end. Same as with the painting, as with the podcast. I'm not desperate for it to be over. I'm not sitting here thinking like, oh God, can the time just hurry up and run out so I can finish it? It's. I've been glad to embark on this journey with you all, and I'll be sad when it's over. I might never see you all again. This might be it. I have no reason to believe that is the case, but who knows? Who knows what tomorrow could bring, for better or worse. We're doing the horsey. Horsey. Horse. Horsey. Yeah, it didn't take too long to get that section done. Acrylic paint can sometimes dry really quick. I try to put it on quite thick, especially when I'm doing a bit like this, so that it dries slower so I can use it for longer. But I will still need to add water to the mixture now and then to keep it sufficiently lubricated to allow me to paint better with it. Or something. A bunch of darkness in here. This is exactly how I want to be painting, like quick lines like this. And that's pretty much how I would be doing it if it were my own piece. But again, if I'm going to be copying someone else's, trying to adhere to their set line work and whatever. Again, these self-imposed rules, there's no reason to stick to any of them. Just do what I want. Jesus Christ. Or I have to do it this way. Why? 'Cause the me in my head gets upset if the me outside of my head doesn't do what the me in my head tells me to do. So I have to do what it tells me to do. You understand. You've got the brain parasite. It's me. The parasite in your brain. Insert parody of Pink Elephants on Parade. But it's the parasite in your brain. From Dumbo, isn't it? That's where that's from. Dumbo with the ears and all. The crows, the vaguely racially insensitive, well, maybe not even vaguely, the racially insensitive crows. God, alright, Ewan, with the race. I told myself throughout like the later parts of this, quit it with, don't even talk about racism, because the more you talk about racism, especially as a white person, the more it's like he doth protest too much. Like, people are going to think I'm trying to cover up for something. Fucking just quit it. Shut up. Somebody asked if I have advice for teenagers whether to pursue art or to keep it on the side. Much like where I keep your mother. She's my side piece. She's not my main squeeze, but I visit her every now and again. We watch films and bake cookies and such. It's all above board and nothing untoward happens. Nothing rude, nothing to insinuate, no innuendos to be... Anyway, Fucking hell. Oh, I'm getting there. I'm getting to the end. We're making it. We're making it. Getting there. I don't know about advice necessarily, but like, if you're a teenager, that's one thing that like you can't give advice to teenagers because they don't listen, even if they're asking for advice. They wait to hear the bit they were looking to hear, and then they do that because it already aligns with what they. I mean, I say that as someone who was a teenager who did that shit, so I'm not trying to speak for all teenagers, but it's difficult to give advice to teenagers because it's sometimes largely unlikely that they will adhere to it. And also, what can I say? Like, don't do this, do that. If you're serious about art, you'll make it work one way or the other. If you really want to pursue art, you will pursue art. Like, because if there's even a part of you that is questioning, like, should I pursue art or should I keep it on the side, then you should at least try and pursue it. Because, like, what have you got to lose? You know, try and pursue art. And if you're a teenager, then chances are you can only really keep it on the side because you've got, I don't know, I assume studies, maybe a job, teenage kid responsibilities. You can spend all your free time doing art, but like, or I could say focus every ounce of your energy on art. I mean, the sort of line I have prepared that I give to people when they ask, like, oh, how do I, you know, get good at art? It's a prepared line and it's kind of funny, but it's also true, especially in my case. It was, for me, true. Stop doing anything else. Don't have friends. Don't go to parties. You know, have hobbies, skateboard, graffiti, comics, whatever. But, like, make it so art is the main thing in your life. Draw in every one of your lessons apart from art. Then just focus, like, make sure art is, like, the first thing you think about every day. Like, what am I going to draw today? What can I draw today? What drawings have I already got going that I can work on today? What's the thing that I'm doing today art-wise? Art. Like, if a part of you wants to do art, to pursue art as a possible career option, then that's going to be probably what you're doing anyway. Just always thinking about art and always wanting to do art. The idea of having art on the side feels like if you've got an actual day job to pay your bills where you have to go in, or you're homeless, you know, then your energy is going to be taken up by the job. So art can only really exist on the side if that is the case. On the side, though, can still mean you do put a lot of effort in. It doesn't mean it's only a hobby. You can still put a lot of focus into it. And I feel like I don't even know what I'm talking about at the moment, because it's like, again, what can I say? I can't give advice. I can just say, well, this is what I did, and I somehow, for a while at least, made a living doing art. Maybe you can do the same, and maybe even better than I did it. If you're probably better at actually sending emails and shit. I mean, that's... I had a moment there, didn't I? I had a bit of a moment, an emotional moment earlier, talking about all that stuff. Let's... I'm not going to pretend it didn't happen. I'm not going to edit it out or anything, but, you know, just... Hui. I admitted to some things I might regret admitting to sooner or later. I don't know why I'd necessarily regret admitting to them. It's just, I don't know, it might come up at some point. Someone might have cause to mention it to me. So that's my advice. Either keep it on the side or don't. Pursue it or don't if you want. But art's one of those things that, like I said, if there's any part of you that does genuinely want to pursue art as like a lifelong thing, then there's nothing I can tell you, because you would just do it. It will just come out of you without even trying. It will just be there always. There's been a couple of times actually when I've had day jobs mostly when I've legitimately tried to like quit art, at least temporarily, because it was bumming me out so much that I didn't have time to work on the stuff I wanted to work on. And so my only recourse felt like, well, if I just give up art for a while, then I don't worry about it. Just go to work and just focus on that life for a bit until I have time to chill and focus on the art. But then 2 days later, I'm working on my next comic, and I'm still trying to do art. It's almost impossible to give up, because it's in me. Because I'm not an artist. I'm what art is. Do you get it now? Call it pretentious, but do you get it now? Does it make sense? This isn't just something I do for fun. This is like the thing I have in my life, the thing I've always done. It's always been in me. It's always been a part of me. It's who I am, is drawing and shit. I don't have anything else. And that's what art is. Art is intrinsic. It's like I said, drawing as a thing can be a hobby. It can be something you pick up, like PewDiePie did or whatever. It can be something done just for fun, just because you want to do it. It can even be, to that degree, something you pick up and then make a career out of. But like, there's a lot of people out there, and art is just them. All they are is art. It's all they've ever done. It's all they've ever known. It's all they've got. In the dark moments, in the sad moments, in the moments of despair, art is the thing that's there. It's like when all the bullshit is going on, when everything's falling apart, there's art. You can sit and draw. You can, I don't typically, but I have done in the past. You can draw and paint your emotions. You can exercise demons in that way almost. Again, it sounds a bit pretentious and wanky, but you can, you can relieve a lot of like pent up emotion and stress and aggression through art. That's why art therapy is literally a thing that people do, because it can be that. And it is that for a lot of people, without it really being therapy that they actively seek out or do. It's in them already, and it becomes that sort of therapy without even trying, because it's just there. It's always there. It's unavoidable. It's like a plague. Like a parasite. See how it all comes full circle? We'll pretend I planned it to be that way, even though clearly it was not remotely planned at all. I just got an incredibly bad pain in my neck. That sucks. It really fucking hurts. Jesus. I also have to pee really badly. I might have to hit pause for a moment and get back to you shortly. I'll pee. I'll take some painkillers. And then we'll fire. Whew, that feels much better. It really is coming together, isn't it? It's looking pretty sick, pretty tight, tighter than Tighter than a titan. See, the sort of the inclination there was to say something about your mum, but I get sick to my stomach with how tired that thing is. Yeah, I fucking just don't fucking stop doing it. Your mum, where your mum? Your mum's fucking. Shut up! Jesus Christ, shut up. Look how cool this looks. It looks really cool. I really like it. It did have I feel like this had a couple of ugly stages that I just managed to get past. Thankfully. Wankfully. Fucking. Did you hear that? Did you hear what I said? I said wankfully instead of thankfully. Now, how to push past producing work you are not satisfied with. That's one of the final questions that we'll get to that was asked in my when I asked for topics, questions for discussion for today's episode. How to push past producing work you're not satisfied with. I mean, I don't know where the saying comes from, but it is maybe a little bit cliche, but it is what it is. Like, the only way to the other side is through. Like, you have to... Yeah, you just have to deal with it in the nicest way possible. I don't mean to say that to be like, fucking deal with it, loser. What's the matter? Like, it's one of those things that, like, art has like an ugly stage, you know, and in those moments you have to just accept it for what it is and push through until hopefully you come out the other side in not an ugly stage. And it's the same sort of thing if you're just not happy with the work you're producing, just in general, or if it's a particular piece or whatever, like, keep going. I mean, like, it's the only way to progress, is just, you just have to keep going. And I'd say that with art in general, again, to be pretentious about it, just keep doing it. It's good, if it's bad, if it's whatever, it doesn't matter. Just keep doing art. Art is important. See, Earth without art, it's boring, isn't it? It's just why even bother if there's no art? What's the point? What's the point in me if there's no art? And I appreciate, because I know the person that asked this, and they had mentioned elsewhere that they were struggling with being satisfied, or struggling with, I guess, not being satisfied with their work. And so I do appreciate that it's a genuine question coming from a genuine place. So I don't want to, you know, speak like I'm belittling it as a question or as a worry, because I do get it. I feel like I've been there myself, and maybe it's similar to the whole like style thing, because I know that's where I struggled with feeling like I wasn't producing work I was satisfied with. I think it was when I was really trying to have a specific style. There was artists I liked that I wanted to be like, not including Bisley. Let's pretend I haven't built a large portion of my career on copying Simon Bisley. But there was. I've shown old sketchbooks in the past. Maybe I'll show more sometime. Maybe I won't. Where I've legitimately, I tried and tried to have a specific style because I so wanted to be like these artists that I liked. And I was so not happy with almost anything I was producing around that time. Especially now I look back on it and I'm just like, I feel like everything I made back then was garbage because it wasn't me. It was me trying desperately trying to be a specific artist, to have a specific style. I wanted to be seen to have that style, for people to look at my work and go, hey, I love this style. I love the way he draws this or that. But they were never going to, because it was unnatural. It felt forced. It was forced. It was not genuine. It was not honest. And that's one of the many reasons I try to be the most honest man on the internet today. Because I've been dishonest in the past. I've been what I felt was dishonest, and it doesn't feel good. It feels dishonest, and it doesn't produce anything that I'm happy with. It doesn't produce anything that I consider valuable, which is not monetary value, of course, but a value in terms of, am I glad to have produced this thing? And at those times, I just was not. Because they weren't me, they weren't true, they weren't honest. And so I maybe I'll speak to this person some more. I sort of had planned to send them a message or two, and hopefully I'll find the time and the wherewithal to do that. They know who they are. But that maybe it is that like, maybe, I don't know about this person specifically, but maybe they're trying to do something specific that they want to do but isn't inherently in them, and maybe they need to try to find what is in them. They need to, and that's why it's finding your style, because you can't force your style, you can't make your style. You can in a way, but it's almost always going to be obvious that that's what you've done, that the style hasn't happened naturally through the course of you just making work that you would make regardless. And I think that's where sort of like my ballpoint stuff comes from, is that's another reason I lean more towards the ballpoints than acrylic paint, as mentioned however many hours ago that was now. Because the way I draw with ballpoints is how I draw without trying to draw, if that makes sense. Like when I paint like this, it's like, right, I have to get these colours in this places, I have to work on the rendering and the highlighting, I've got to take layers into account. Whereas when I draw with ballpoints, I just draw with ballpoints. It's just, I'm not trying to have a style, I'm not trying to make things look a certain way. They look the way they look because that's just how they come out when I draw them. It's a very natural process. Not to say that acrylic paint is never like that for me, but it's different. It's a little bit different sometimes. So it is a difficult thing to deal with, and a difficult place to be in, where, because you're doing the art, and that's the important thing, is to do the art. Because Earth without art can suck a dick. You're trying and you're putting the effort into making art, but then you look at what you've made and you're just not happy with it, and I fully understand that, and it is a difficult place to be, a difficult position to be in, a difficult thing to deal with. But you keep going, you experiment, do something new, do something different. Maybe like look at your work and find something about it that you like, that you're happy with, even if it's just like a couple of lines or a little bit of shadow or a certain thing you drew that you can look at and go, yeah, I'm happy with this, and think about why you're happy with that and not the rest of it, and then try and see if you can do more of that one particular thing. See if that would work. If you can, as I've said a few times with regards to like my acrylic paintings, where I'm not really doing it now because it fits what I'm doing. But for my personal work, where I've been trying to use fewer and fewer dark outlines, because they started to overcrowd my paintings, and they started to cover up textures and highlights that I'd been putting down, I spent time putting down. And I felt like the more outlines I was adding, the less I liked the final outcome of the painting. And so that was something I noticed I didn't like about the work I was making. And so I endeavoured in future paintings to work on that, to put less and less outlines and things into the pieces, and just try to figure out where the outlines are necessary, where they work, where they don't work. And it doesn't, I don't get it right on every piece. I'm still practicing, I'm still learning. But I hope that like each piece I do gets a little bit closer to, whatever it is I'm trying to achieve. And that is something else to say as well, is I don't know if any artist anywhere ever is 100% happy with what they produce all of the time, if not any of the time. Like, it's almost the artist's curse. You always love other people's art way more than you love your own. Often, if not always. So I hopefully you can get to the point where you like more of your art than you dislike, because you're still probably gonna hate some of it. It's almost unavoidable, but at the very least, hopefully you can like some of it, and then like more and more of it, until eventually the parts you like outweigh the parts you don't. Maybe, hopefully, somehow, some way, someday. Art isn't easy, it's people, a lot of people seem to think it is. They seem to think artists just sit down and make art, and it's all fun and games, it's all easy peasy, even a computer could do it. But like, to sit and make something is difficult. To sit and make something you like can be really difficult. To be happy with what you're doing, especially if there's real feeling in it. If you're not just doing a doodle, but really making art, like putting feeling into your work, trying to produce something that has value to you as a person, and then you're just not happy with the outcome, it can really be difficult. And that's something a lot of like normal folk, regular boring ass vanilla people don't understand. The art, there's more to it than just the drawings that you see that a person has made. My pretentiousness levels are rising, I believe. I started off quite pretentious, and I ended incredulously pretentious. And that's what I'm here for, you filthy, rotten, wonderful people that I love and adore. And I'm genuinely glad that you're all fucking here, hanging out. And if you're watching this right now and listening to these words right now, right at the tail end of all of this, thank you. Because if people didn't watch this shit and didn't like interact with it, I wouldn't be making a 333rd episode. Like, I do it, the podcast started because I was like, well, I sit and draw, and I like to think I'm funny. I babble, so I'll do that. I'll record it and put it out there as a podcast. It's not even a real podcast. And if anyone likes it, cool. But that's the sort of thing that, like, I'm not going to do that forever. just put it out there just because, like, there is an amount of doing this for the audience. I do, I exclaim often that you shouldn't make videos for the audience. You should make the videos you want to make, and if the audience like them, cool. But this podcast specifically is like, I keep making it because people seem to enjoy watching it. People tell me they enjoy watching it. People say if I miss a week, or if I upload late even, sometimes I hear about it from people. They're like, oh, I was really looking forward to the episode, or have you uploaded it yet? I haven't seen it. That's happened a couple of times where I've just like uploaded a bit later because I don't have like a real schedule. It's just on Friday. So sometimes I'll get a message like in the afternoon or evening being like, hey, is there no episode this week? I haven't seen it on Patreon. And I've had to be like, yeah, just give me a minute. I'm working on it. Give me a goddamn second. And that's meaningful. I put effort into these. I sit here for 5.5 hours because people seem to want to watch the shit. So thank you, really. If you are now, if you've watched this far into it and you're still, that's the fucking job done. Jeez Louise! Fucking look at that. There's that. And look, it's a copy. It's a photocopy. This might as well be a photocopy of this. It's for all of my bitching and moaning about, it doesn't need to be a one-to-one copy. It's okay if it's not exactly. I got pretty fucking close, didn't I? Which just goes to show you get like a quarter of the way through, halfway through, 2/3 of the way through, and you're like, it doesn't, I don't know, it's not quite looking exactly how I don't know, is it worth continuing? I don't know. But then fucking look at it. I think that's really fucking good. I'm really, really happy with the final outcome. There's a few extra little bits I could add, change, whatever, but fuck it, I don't need to. It's fine. I'm really happy with it as it is. It took maybe another 35 minutes-ish after I stopped recording, and then I finished the bits because of time, whatever. And I think it was about another half hour or so. And so if you take out the bits of this where I was looking at comics and stuff, I probably did this in less than 5 hours. Which is really fucking good for what it is. I thought it would I'd have to spend another couple of hours working on it and then jump cut to the end to be like, okay, it's finished, it's finally done. But no, I mean, that's 5 hours work. I'll call it 5 hours work for the sake of fucking ease, whatever. Less than 5 hours, 5 hours, whatever. Fucking hooray me, go bloody me, aren't I bloody the best? Ah, yay me.